Looks like the hour is 8:30 and we will begin our last interim corporation committee meeting. Welcome, everybody. Glad to see you. Beautiful weather, safe travels, and it was really nice. So could we have a roll call? Who's going to do that? Heather's going to do that. Thank you.
Senator Boner,
He's excused.
Senator Dockstader,
Here.
Senator Lanzen,
Here.
Senator Steinmetz,
Excused.
Representative Brown,
Here.
Representative Heft,
Here.
Representative Johnson,
Here.
Representative Locke,
Present.
Representative Lucas,
Present.
Representative Webb,
Here.
Representative Weber,
Here.
Representative Yin,
Here.
Co-Chairman Knapp,
Here.
Chairman Case.
Present. Thank you, Heather.
Chairman, you have quorum.
Thank you. So everybody, if you haven't signed in and intend to speak, it'd be nice if you did. It helps us get things right around here. And so appreciate that. First order of business would be approval of the minutes from the last meeting. Would anybody care to make a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Landon. Any discussion? Any additions? All those in favor of the minutes signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. Minutes are approved. Our next, let's have the Energy Authority come up and tell us about their work. It says Rob Krieger, but you're the good-looking one. You're the good-looking one, John. Welcome. Good to see you. We know you've been busy, and let's go right ahead. We've got a copy of your presentation. I don't know if there are copies for everybody else, but it is available online. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, committee, for having us here today to kind of put a bow on a lot of work that we have done over the interim. And to start off with, thank you guys for making this an interim topic. These two issues that we tackled over the interim are really important issues for energy-driven economic development in the state of Wyoming. So I just wanted to say that. And as Chairman Case indicated, Director Krieger is not able to attend today. He's on a previously scheduled work trip. So you have myself and Kara Fornstrom. I'm John Jenks. I am Director of Energy Market Development at the Wyoming Energy Authority. And then with me, as I said, is Kara Fornstrom with F3 Energy. She is a consultant and has been consulting with us on this topic and other topics related to electricity. So if you want to skip ahead to the next slide. We'll go ahead and hop in. I think we're going to be fairly brief, briefer than we have been in the past committees. So just as a reminder, the Wyoming Energy Authority supports the growth of a secure and prosperous future for Wyoming's energy and natural resources. Our mission is to advocate for, facilitate, and advance Wyoming's energy economy. And just kind of a quick side note here, the Energy Authority, since our creation back in 2020, really hasn't been this engaged in the electricity side. This sort of changed last year when I came on board and started tackling a lot of these issues. So I think this is a great example of the Energy Authority's work and the importance of electricity for Wyoming's energy economy. I just kind of wanted to highlight that, and then we'll talk about this too. But the ability for the Energy Authority to bring in stakeholders of all backgrounds and expertise has been really valuable in this process. We do have the ability and a unique ability to convene disparate and different stakeholders, which has really kind of led to a lot of progress and led to the successful work of this interim topic and interim committee. So next slide, please. And you can skip one more, actually. Thank you. Quick work to date. We've kind of gone through this ad nauseum, I'd say, in the last two committees, but the stakeholder process that we held over the last 7 or 8 months has really been exhaustive. And I know I keep using that word in front of you all, but exhaustive really summarizes the stakeholder engagement process that we did. As you can see, we met with all of the electricity providers, state agencies, and stakeholders ranging from WIAC to the AARP and everyone in between. And honestly, this list grew throughout the process. And this list could have probably been 2 or 3 slides, but I thought I'd just leave it at 1. So anyway, next slide. Thank you. As a reminder, we started off being tasked to tackle 3 different policy areas. The first being certificated territory integrity, the second being serving large loads, so that's large load customers, large load tariffs, large load processes. And the third policy bucket area is third-party generation. Next slide. As you can see, this is kind of a good, very high-level summary of where things stand. So as we mentioned back in August, the Public Service Commission adopted a final rule on certificated territory integrity, which really was nice. It took one thing off of our plate, so we felt like that has been accomplished and done. The second policy area is serving large loads. That has a yellow check mark. A lot of progress has been made. We feel very good about where this stands. And we'll go into each of these, the second and third policy bucket areas more in depth in the next coming slides. But we feel very good about where serving large load stands. As a reminder, the problem statement that we started off with is that many economic development projects requiring large amounts of electricity, whether that's manufacturing, oil and gas, data centers, and mining, are exploring opportunities to locate and or expand in Wyoming. And the 2 goals that we set out with on this side, or on this bucket area, is to, 1, protect ratepayers, and 2, to make sure that the processes that the utilities have are transparent and kind of well-known by potential and current customers on how to expand or get service from the incumbent utility. On third-party generation, the problem statement that we were operating under is that various portions of Wyoming served by incumbent utilities are facing a shortage of electricity supply due to generation constraints and or uneconomically priced electricity. When the incumbent utility cannot serve an economic development project, should unregulated generation facilities be able to serve these projects? And the goal that we set out with was to establish regulatory certainty for third-party generators in limited circumstances to foster economic development opportunities. Skipping ahead, next slide. Thank you. So I'll kind of do a high-level summary of where we're at with serving large load customers and kind of our thoughts about that. And then Kara will tackle third-party generation. On this slide, you can kind of see the status of the large load customer tariffs or processes. Rocky Mountain Power, as we know, has the Schedule 400. They also have a new process that was kind of formulated or came about from the general rate case this past May, I believe. The general rate case stipulation, I should say, this past May. Black Hills, as we know, has the Large Power Contract Service or LPCS tariff. They also have the Blockchain Interruptible tariff. And then Tri-State had a filing. There was a couple curveballs thrown from the DOE and FERC in the last couple weeks. Tri-State had filed their high impact load tariff at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. However, it was rejected last week or 2 weeks ago by the FERC for some jurisdictional reasons. They felt like it was encroaching on state rights and rate making and things like that. However, they did offer a series of recommendations to Tri-State to fix or address if they so choose to refile. And from our understanding is that I'm not going to speak for them, but from what we've heard is that they are planning on refiling sometime in the next weeks or months. So more to come on that, but there is progress being made on the Tri-State side. The other curveball that came from really DOE was a petition of rulemaking from the Department of Energy to the FERC to address large load interconnection processes, more or less, that might play into future decisions coming from FERC and rulemaking coming from FERC that could affect what's happening in Wyoming and really across the country and all 47 states they do business in. And then the last is Basin Electric. They recently had a board-approved large load program come into effect, and we got quite a bit of clarity on that during this process. So next slide, please. Oh, perfect. So as I mentioned, much progress has been made in this space, but more to come, and that's kind of why we had that yellow check mark. As we talked about at the August Joint Corporations Committee, we were pledged to hold an all-stakeholder convening with everybody listed on that slide and then some. So we had, I think, a little over 50 folks there from all different backgrounds, utilities, end-use customers, PAW, you name it, mining association. And it was truly an informative process and undertaking to understand the large load processes and the opinions and thoughts and perspectives on third-party generation. During that meeting in the morning, we devoted the entire morning to understanding Rocky Mountain Power's, Black Hills, Tri-States, and Black Hills large load programs and processes. And I know I can speak for myself. I'm not going to speak for the other stakeholders, but I think Kara and I found it extremely helpful to understand the progress that they made. And I think, quite frankly, a lot of this process that this committee gave the blessing for really helped spur a lot of action. Now, that's not to say that a lot of this wouldn't have happened otherwise, but I think this spurred and kind of moved up the timeline, and it showed the importance that Wyoming is taking this stuff seriously. So kudos to you guys as well. That being said, the Public Service Commission has commenced an informal process of reviewing or having the utilities come in to present on these programs and tariffs. The Energy Authority has been active in these and plans to stay active in the process moving forward. So very similar to what they did that morning at the all stakeholder convening of explaining their large load tariffs and programs, they will be doing that at the commission, albeit probably in a more in-depth manner. So Black Hills, MDU had their presentation in early October. Black Hills had theirs about 2 weeks ago. We offered comments there to more or less give our thoughts on best practices of what should be included in a large load program or tariff. Rocky Mountain Powers will be this Thursday, from our understanding is this Thursday at the open meeting, and the rest will follow. And as I said, we will be doing similar comments to all the utilities moving forward. And then I'm not going to speak for the PSC, but they theoretically could ask for changes to existing tariffs or ask for a new tariff to the utilities that they regulate, including Black Hills, Rocky Mountain Power, or Precor. But again, I'm not speaking for them. It's just they could theoretically do that at any time. So with that, Kara, I'll turn it over to you for third party.
Thanks, John. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Kara Fornstrom, F3 Energy Consultant to the Wyoming Energy Authority. Unlike the first topic of serving large loads, where we did reach consensus of all the stakeholders that should be a commission-centered, not a legislative action, we did not find that consensus on the issue of third-party generation. However, we believe significant progress has been made. We understand better, I think, the desire for third-party generation in the state of Wyoming from existing customers who are feeling rate pressure in certain territories, as well as new potential projects, not just data centers, but manufacturing opportunities. Importantly, any significant economic development project in the state of Wyoming is going to require electricity. And just like pretty much everywhere else in the country, electricity is no longer in surplus. And so it's a real issue for us in terms of economic development. We also understand better, I think, the utilities' reaction to the potential of third-party generation in Wyoming as its impacts to the regulatory compact and the impact to their business model of serving a monopoly territory with the obligation to serve. As part of our work, we did explore some other concepts related to third party, such as right of first refusal for a utility, or perhaps sleeving opportunities where a third party would construct the generation, but then work with the utility to have them potentially operate that through a PPA or other arrangements. Those conversations are probably worth additional exploration, but we were not able to reach consensus on what that might look like. As John mentioned, there are continuing dynamics affecting this every week, it seems like. The Trump administration's DOE notice of proposed rulemaking to FERC, prioritizing the connection of these types of loads in an expedited way. Those initial comments are due to FERC next week, with action required from FERC by April. So we'll continue to see that. We're also seeing a move to behind the meter electricity generation for data centers across the country and in Wyoming. So we'll continue to monitor it. But for now, here's how things stand in Wyoming. First, at the commission has an open docket from the Anschutz Corporation seeking determination of non-utility status for a generation facilities. It's multi, it's natural gas, wind, and solar in the Rocky Mountain Power territory to serve one or two customers. That docket will continue to work its way through the commission. Meanwhile, it's our understanding, and I don't want to speak for the commission, they're here today, that they do intend to renotice their proposed rulemaking on non-utility generators. And so those two issues will continue at the commission over the next year. We believe that it is likely that no matter what the commission decides on either of those issues, those could be appealed to the court system, and so therefore have court review of those as well. You'll see on this slide, and we talked about this in more detail in August, at the August meeting, the Wyoming Supreme Court has looked at this issue 4 times. Those cases are there, and they have set out a number of factors to consider whether a entity is acting as a public utility. And the issue here is the definition of public utility in the statute, to or for the public. The Supreme Court has taken that a little bit further and said, in determining whether it's operating to or for the public, is it devoted to the public use? And those are the factors that the court has then set out to determine that. And so that leaves the legislature as the third player in this arena related to third-party generation. Next slide, please. On your screen now are exemptions that the legislature has previously made to the statute, to the definition of public utility. And the one that gets the closest to the issue that we're talking about today is a few down the list, which is self-generation. That has been exempted by the legislature as from the definition of public utility. Next slide, please. So we have concluded through this process that the clearest statement of regulatory certainty about the acceptance and role of third-party generation would come from the legislature in the form of some sort of statutory exemption. So it's a policy decision for the legislature whether they want to watch this play out at the commission and the courts, or whether they want to enter the discussion as well. We are not proposing legislation today. And we want to be clear that in our work, we have been very clear to all the parties, this is not about deregulation. This is about very limited exceptions around the edges of large electricity needs projects, like data centers and perhaps manufacturing. So very limited circumstances. We talked a lot through this process with the stakeholders about what those limitations could be. And we've really looked at 2 different kinds of limitations, which you'll see in the language on the screen, which is the number of customers and the megawatt threshold of the project. Now, we've limited it to 1 customer in this language, just to show you what you might consider doing if you were to look at some sort of legislation. 1 customer will make no one in this conversation happy. Customers want more than 1, maybe no limit. The courts have said it's not relevant how many customers there are. The utilities want that number to be 0. So we're trying to find the objective middle in proposing or suggesting that maybe 1. And then the 100 megawatts really does demonstrate our commitment to this limited circumstance. We picked that number after looking at a lot of other states. Utah's limit is 100, other states are as well. But that's another number that we won't find consensus on this from the stakeholders either. Customers would like that to be much smaller, maybe 20, something like that. Utilities, again, don't want any number in there at all. So hopefully, because no one's happy, we have found some sort of middle ground. And they're all here to provide their input. You'll hear from them in a minute. I guess in conclusion, I just wanted to echo John's statements and express our gratitude to all the stakeholders. They really have approached this in an earnest way. We believe we've made significant progress on the substance of both of these issues, but maybe more importantly, I think we've strengthened relationships between the parties who deal in these issues, and we've built trust. So in addition to the stakeholders, want to thank this committee for supporting this effort. We believe it has been very worthwhile, and we look forward to further developments of these issues for the benefit of the state of Wyoming.
Thank you
Thank you,
both
Mr. Chairman.
very much. Questions from the committee? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one question. You have a carbon sequestration project ongoing. It's $155 million. What is the status of that? And I tried to look it up on your website and I can't find it. Is there Am I missing a link? Could you explain that to me a little bit? Thank you.
Mr.
Mr.
Chair,
Jenks?
yep, Mr. Chair, Representative Johnson, unfortunately, I am not the right person. I don't have that information. I'd be happy to follow up with you. I can, after this, I'll head over there and find the information and follow up with you. Yep, sorry.
If I recall, do you know anything, Ms. Forstrom?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not current on those issues.
I think it's backburnered. I really do, but we'll find out. Maybe somebody else in the room has an answer to that. Any other Representative Yan?
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and Mr. Jenks and Ms. Fornstrom, I appreciate that presentation. I'm curious on whether you guys have done the economics of how it affects ratepayers, whether we have third-party generation on site or whether we don't allow it at all. I'm hearing some concern about ratepayers, worried about new data centers, thinking that new demand is going to make their rates go up. And so I think it's an easy message to say, we just let them have third-party generation. It's not going to make rates go up if they have their own power. But I am curious on whether you guys have done any of the economic analysis on how that ends up either way.
Who'd like to take that? We might preface that, when someone says that they're bringing their own generation, none of them bring it all the time. None of them want to go off the grid. So there are grid ties, and so there are implications to how that generation is operated with respect to the rest of the grid. But I yield to the Energy Authority. Who wants to take it?
I will, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Forster.
Representative Young, a couple of points on that. As I mentioned briefly in my remarks, we are seeing an increasing desire to be behind the grid for projects. If that's the case, it never touches the utility and therefore cannot affect ratepayers. It would be done separately. If it does get connected or it is part of the utility system, Wyoming has been ahead of the country in statutory protection of ratepayers with 37.3116. And that's the premise of the innovative tariffs that both Black Hills and Rocky Mountain Power have. The statute requires the utility to protect ratepayers from these types of developments. And we've seen that introduced in these tariffs to make sure that the new project pays for any transmission upgrades that are necessary and that utility rate-based generation does not contribute to these projects. So from my perspective, Wyoming ratepayers are protected, both from a statutory perspective and what we're seeing in terms of third party. It would not be a utility-owned asset, therefore could not impact rates.
And let's just be clear, in terms of a self-generator that's not interconnected, that's legal now, right? There's no necessary change in the law to accommodate that, correct?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. If it's self-generation. Now, the requirement there is that the generation and the customer are the same ownership entities. What we're seeing now is when it gets very big, that entity the customer who wants the electricity doesn't really want to operate a power plant. That's not their expertise. So they'd like to hire a third party to build it and operate it for them. And that's where we have issues with the self-generation statute because it doesn't meet those requirements. It's no longer considered self-generation because a third party is operating that power plant.
Even though it's not connected to the grid, right?
Correct.
Yes, thank you. Representative Locke. Almost called you Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you guys for this presentation. So I want to ask that a question kind of adds on to a little bit to what the representative brought up. And this just has to do with protection of the ratepayer. So I know there's been a lot of work done on this to make sure that the people who are causing the cost are paying for the cost. And that's been the topic of discussion. But I guess when I ask this question, and the part that's still a little bit vague to me is there's the obvious, I need new transmission for this specific project. But then there's the additional, we're going to put transmission into a new power generation project based on the higher demands. This gets a little tricky in my mind, and that's something I'm just wondering, how deep have you dove into that? Because this is one of the issues that I've had with many of these rate cases. I'm smack in Casper, so you know who my power provider is. We've seen massive rate jumps, and a ton of that was done for new transmission that's going to projects. If you stop and think about those are capital projects. They should be doing those projects with their capital budgets and saying, I can either make money off of this or I can't. But that's not how it happens. Those projects go right straight on our rate cases. And it's not temporary either. It's not, okay, when it's paid off, it's not. No, the rates go up. And those are some issues that I'm just asking, how deep have you dove into that? And what mechanisms are we putting in place to make sure we protect the ratepayers from those kind of cases where, yeah, we're having to add new power to the grid, if you will, and all of a sudden those become rate cases, not capital projects for the people putting them in place. I'm just curious where that all breaks down and how deep you've dove into that. Thank you.
Mr. Jenks.
Mr. Chair, Representative Locke, no, it's a great question. It's a fair question. I think Kara did sum it up pretty well, that there are the statutory protections in place with 37.3.116. And then, I do think our Public Service Commission does a great job at trying to parcel out what ratepayers should bear. Now, it does become tricky when demand is increasing, and we're seeing this across the country. But what we're starting to see, and there's been a couple reports I'd be happy to share, that a lot of these rate increases that we're seeing across the country are actually coming from a lag in investment in upgrading and improving infrastructure for the utility system. Supply chain constraints are becoming an issue too, which drives up costs. We're also seeing just various other factors at play. So, but with regards to the actual rate making, we don't do the rate making, and it's kind of tough for me to say, what should be done and what shouldn't be done. But I think Kara might have some other thoughts, maybe not.
Ms. Forstrom.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Locke, I think what John said at the end is probably right. We did not spend a lot of time on that specific issue that you're talking about here. When we talked about our goal of protecting existing ratepayers on these serving large loads, we wanted to make sure the tariffs that are in place approved by the commission fully enforce 37.3.116, which requires protection. And in that regard, specifically related to transmission, requires them, that new project, to pay for network upgrades and any costs. To your point, though, depending on the point of connection and the point of service, there can be some additional costs that are more difficult to capture. But the short answer to your question is we did not look really closely at that when we were looking at these ratepayer protections. That's probably a better question for the Public Service Commission. And my friends there will be really glad that I just directed that to them.
They think that was a good idea. Anybody else? Anybody else? Thank you very much. Let's hear from the Public Service Commission, and I hope we get to meet the new guy. Did you make him sit in the back? Is that kind of the way this goes protocol wise? Mr. Petrie and Commissioner Petrie and Councilman Burbridge, welcome.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Chris Petrie. I'm Deputy Chairman at the Public Service Commission. Mr. Burbridge, our Chief Counsel, is with me at the table. And Commissioner Boswell, I believe, is in the back of the room. He was there when I looked last.
I think he still thinks he's with the governor's office, and that was several governors ago. That's what they used to do, is hide in the back of the room. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for having us here today. I don't, unless there are questions that you want me to address, I'm not going to revisit much of what Ms. Fornstrom has presented to you this morning. That was all right on point. With a slight different perspective on the non-utility generators topic. Now, as you heard, the commission is planning to proceed with, or at least at the last time it was considered by the commission, the intention was expressed to proceed with a revised set of rules for the designation of non-utility generators. As you know, the whole purpose of the Public Service Commission is to make sure that safe, adequate, and reliable service at just and reasonable rates is available throughout Wyoming. Just and reasonable rates includes within that the idea that who causes a cost should pay that cost. Now, the other aspect of this that's important is that the commission strives to simulate the beneficial effects of competition without the downside of operating competition in a field where it has all the characteristics of a natural monopoly. So we intend to propose a rule to provide an orderly process for non-utility generators. That would be effectively what we're really talking about is third-party generators, because as you just heard, self-generation is already allowed, and it always has been. This need for an orderly process here is to provide an assurance that somebody who makes this kind of investment in the kind of facilities that we're talking about here, and when you're talking about these data centers, for example, that are hundreds of megawatts, some of them are talking about many hundreds of megawatts. And if you keep in mind that Jim Bridger at its peak output was 2,300 megawatts roughly, if I've got that right. It might be 2,350 or 2,450, but it's in that neighborhood. So that's just, so you have an idea of the scale of what you're talking about. That is a big plant that on its own, historically, has produced more power than the state of Wyoming used altogether. So there's a need for a mechanism to obtain some assurance if you want to get into this third-party generation concept, that you wouldn't make your investment, build your project, and then be swept into regulation by the PSC as to your rates and everything else based on a complaint or a commission investigation or anything like that. So the idea is that there's a way to eliminate unnecessary obstacles, and to do that while we protect the existing utilities and their customers from the hazards of stranded investments and the like. Lack of proliferation of additional service availability throughout territories and so on. Now, the way that we're looking at this is that Title 37 defines what a public utility is, and specifically what electric public utilities are. And it's currently the utilities, or correction, the commission's job to determine who is and who is not a public utility. And there have been a few instances where that has gone to the Wyoming Supreme Court. And we're aware of the guidance that's been handed down from the courts, but it is not sufficiently clear, in that's my opinion, and it's also apparently the opinion of developers. You've heard about the Anschutz matter. Logic says if it was crystal clear that the Supreme Court has said that is not a public utility, they wouldn't be in front of the commission with their petition for a declaration by the commission clarifying that. So our belief, my belief, is that the Public Service Commission is well equipped to make these decisions about who is and who is not a public utility. It is not a deregulation move by the commission. We understand that's not the intention, and we very much understand that it is not our role to develop and implement something that would clearly be a new policy of the state. We take our marching orders from Title 37. We apply those as best we can. We pay close attention to the primary instruction that the Supreme Court has given us, which is that the public interest is primary in everything we do. So everything we do operates under an umbrella of our duty to protect the public interest and advance the public interest. And we're going to press ahead with a rulemaking that follows that outline. and Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to address any questions.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman. Any questions for Commissioner Petrie? Any questions? Go ahead, Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Petrie, there was a lot there and I really appreciate it. Wish I could take you with me to the Albertson store and, when people come up and insist that these big projects are driving up their electricity bill in their homes. What do you tell people when they say that to you? And are we safeguarded well enough, or is there something this committee should be doing to further firewall on behalf of our constituents whose perception, and it's being fed, by the way, so it's a fire that's burning along saying, well, it's because of all this development is why our electricity bill is going up. What are your thoughts on that?
Mr. Petrie.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, you could call me and just put me on speaker at Albertsons. I'll try to help you out.
That'd be great. Good idea.
It's really difficult, and I think it's not exactly fair or appropriate to pin rising electricity costs on some particular type of development or development as a whole, or the construction of renewable facilities or the construction of transmission facilities. As Ms. Fornstrom mentioned, the new statute, Section 116. Well, that re-emphasized the concept that this Public Service Commission and public service commissions across the land have always observed and been obligated to observe, which is that you shouldn't be paying for things that aren't used and useful to your customers in the provision of service. And cost causation combined with used and useful should protect us quite a bit. As long as you're diligent about following those principles, then you shouldn't have your electric bill going up because somebody increased the size of their industrial operation or built a new industrial operation. Now, I would point to what I consider sort of the big cause of change that we've seen. Not so much what's happening right now with the idea that we're going to have these huge new loads, but to the energy transition. And you remember going back to the Rocky Mountain Power IRP in 2019 and the accelerated departure from using fossil resources. This energy transition and decarbonization movement was largely driven by federal policy, including increasingly stringent environmental standards. So the utilities and the commissions overseeing them, faced with these pressures, that had to do something. You couldn't just say, well, we defy you, we're going to run the coal plant and that's that, and we don't need to build any new stuff because this still works and we've got plenty. That wasn't really available to anybody in the country under that arrangement, under those pressures. So I personally feel that the transition concept was poorly explained to the public because this may be mostly the fault of media, but to tell the public that we're going to transition to carbon-free resources only, it's going to be green, it's going to be plentiful, it's going to be cheap, it's going to be beautiful, it's not going to cost you anything. I really doubt that there were very many people who knew a lot about the utility sector that thought that was actually going to be true, at least in the short and medium term. Maybe someday you could look back and say, well, that was all just a temporary disruption, and now look at the beautiful situation that we finally arrived at. But those were the facts of life, and they're still the facts of life to some degree. There are states who are very enthusiastic about continuing down that course. There is a change in the federal atmosphere that exists right now, but that also is not necessarily going to be a permanent arrangement. And so utilities, when they're planning on a 20 or 30-year time horizon, they can't immediately, completely change course on the basis of, a policy vibe that might not last more than 3 or 4 years or 4 or 8 years. So hope that helps, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, always does. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Let's go to Representative Locke, and then we'll get Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director, for being in here and having this conversation. I know I asked the same question, so you probably heard my question from before. And I wanted to add on to that, because I think the piece that people understand is, hey, there has to be an investment in infrastructure needs to be repaired, needs to be replaced, those kinds of things. The piece that continues to be just a question in my mind, and I guess I want to make sure it's clear, is this piece of when new infrastructure is going in general for a service provider, and how that gets applied to the rate case. That's just the conversation that I continue to be curious by, because as you know, on many of the rate cases that we've had recently, or over the last 2 or 3 years at least, in the case of one of the rate or the service providers, it has been largely influenced by this additional new infrastructure that you talk about. The part of that continues to interest me is that tends to go on as a rate case rather than, you know what I'm saying, an ongoing rate case. So it's almost like capital investments are getting put on our rates. And that's the piece that I'm always, that is always bothering me. I'd like you to talk to that a little bit if you don't mind. And then the second piece of that is just, I know part of that has to do with our multi-state agreement that was put in place, because there were some guidelines placed on us there too. So can you talk to that just a little bit? I mean, just for clarification, it'd be helpful for me. Thank you.
Mr. Petrie?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Locke. First, about the multi-state agreement. The utility that's most important for, it's not the only one. There are other utilities that have operations in multiple states. And so you have to go through an exercise to allocate those costs amongst the jurisdictions where you provide service. So in the case of Pacificor, they've got 6 states in their service territory. And so there's an allocation system that is basically an accounting tool that provides a means of allocating all the costs out to the various jurisdictions on an equitable basis. So Wyoming has historically, and it's currently still, it's in the 13, 14, 15% range as far as the load that Pacificor serves. So that's our share, and that's historically been the share that gets paid, whether it's all the existing infrastructure or new additions. That's the portion that you're typically looking at. Now, there are cases of investment by the utility that's more or exclusively for a local purpose. And that would be one way or other allocated differently, whether it's under some kind of an existing agreement that's acceptable at some point to all the states involved, or in the absence of an agreement like that, it would be done in the individual rate cases in the separate jurisdictions. So
You might remind him of the first part.
the first part of the question, I apologize,
I could tell.
by the pause.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be quick. It was just that issue of how these capital expenses get applied more than anything. And is, if you look at it, I look at it this way, and maybe this is the wrong way to look at it. You know, if we're gonna, if to serve the local jurisdiction, if you think about it, we're not even, Wyoming doesn't use, we're a big exporter. Let me put it that way. Let me simplify that comment. That being said, when we add all these additional services, let's just say we add a new wind farm or multiple new wind farms and we have to put transmission in place for those. Conceptually, you could look at that and you say, well, that's capital investment. They're either going to add that to the grid and make money off of it, or they're not. But somehow those always show up in the rate case. Now, I understand there's probably good reasons for it in some cases, but in a lot of cases, why isn't that a capital investment where they say, I'm going to make more money off of this, therefore? And it doesn't always show up that way, and it's not that obvious when you're sitting there looking at these rate cases. That's not clear why those are showing up on my rates rather than that's a capital investment by that provider. And so that's the piece that I'm always just trying to get clear. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Locke, thank you for the refresher. Those capital investments, and just as a reminder, utilities don't make money on anything but their capital investments. So utilities are entitled to recover their reasonable expenses and to have an opportunity to recover a reasonable return on their investments. So it's true, utilities like to make investments. That's where they make a return for their shareholders. Now, the Public Service Commission's task is to make sure that the capital investments are done reasonably. That is, that they're needed by the public, that the public, as it's termed, convenience and necessity requires those investments. So I guess in this atmosphere that they've all been operating in for the past decade or more, some of these investments, like a wind farm, associated transmission lines, and provided that that's actual utility construction and not some third party, that has to be demonstrated as necessary for the system to continue to operate and get its job done, which is safe, adequate, and reliable power. And so if it's determined that those facilities are needed, and remember, we're talking about some growth and retirement of other existing facilities, you can't do without, you have to have replacement. And so to the extent that those facilities are necessary, then that is not the utility making investments just so that they'll have an opportunity to earn a return on that and add it to your bill. They're doing it because it's needed to continue to succeed at their task, safe, adequate, and reliable service.
And then, Mr. Petrie, a couple of years ago, we passed a statute that kind of doubled down on the concept that the new investment has to be a benefit to Wyoming ratepayers. And I don't think that's really played out yet in your proceedings. But we're still anxious to watch that space, and I think you understand that.
Yes, Chairman. Absolutely. We understand the instruction that was given by the legislature there. I like to think that the commission has been very careful about that, and we believe in the principle of used and useful, and in the necessity of those kind of facilities. And so the last thing that the commission would ever want to do is force Wyoming ratepayers to pay for things that we're not getting anything out of and that we don't need. And so the benefit always has been and always will be, and as you said, it's been doubled down on and reemphasized. I don't intend, and I don't think that anybody at the commission would intend, for us to pay for things that do not provide benefits commensurate with their cost to the customers in Wyoming.
Fair enough. Let's go to Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Petrie, my concern is with the data centers. My understanding is they're requesting primarily wind and solar, so-called in green energy. All of that power goes into the grid. So my concern is with that going into the grid and an increased demand for that power, that would end up increasing the rates for the citizens. How do you address that?
Mr. Petrie.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Brown, the way that will be addressed is in our traditional, usual general rate case process, where we have not only the commission and its able staff, but intervening parties. And there's no Pacificor rate case that for many years that doesn't draw sophisticated intervening parties that also are either looking out for their own particular scope of interest. And you often see the Wyoming industrial electricity consumers or energy consumers, and they are very active and very aggressive at making sure that they're not paying for things that they don't think they should pay for. And the Office of Consumer Advocate, which is an independent division of the Public Service Commission. It operates independently. The administrator is appointed by the governor, and the commission does not tell them what to do or when to do it. And so there's a litigation forum for those things to be explored thoroughly in rate cases. And so, as Ms. Fornstrom was explaining, there are a lot of different arrangements that might be being made and that are being made by these large, primarily data center customers that are appearing relatively suddenly in the usual traditional utility environment. And those will either be carrying some of their own weight, or they'll be paying their own fair share once they arrive on the system and we go through rate proceedings.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But again, my concern is with an increased demand. And so even though they may be using the bulk of electricity, they have a higher rate coming in. There would be perhaps more rate increases. And so those rate increases would not be just for data centers, they would be for everybody. And so that's my concern with this type of thing going on. Can you address that?
Mr.
Chairman, Representative Brown, if we diligently apply the principles that I've spoken of, those being that the rates are just and reasonable, meaning that cost causers pay their fair share of the costs, then we really shouldn't see the arrival of large new loads specifically driving rate increases across the board. That's central to our function, to make sure that the rates are just, which means if you cause the cost, you pay the cost. Now, you can get into some relatively more exotic ideas, like if the data centers start building gigawatts of natural gas turbine generation on site to carry their own weight, is that going to have effects on the average residential customer? Well, maybe. It might have effects on the natural gas market. We might see creeping up in the natural gas prices for the commodities. And so there's certainly potential for those effects to occur, but I'm very hopeful that we'll succeed in preventing those large new customers from foisting their costs. I shouldn't say it that way. We prevent those costs from landing on everybody indiscriminately. Who causes it should pay it, and that's what we'll endeavor to make happen.
Yeah, and I think, Mr. Petrie, in part by relying on our large load tariffs, which we didn't have a few years ago. So that maybe is another tool that you have. But I think it'd also be fair to say that no one is bringing these super large loads on the grid and expecting to service them with pure renewable energy. It's just, they need 24/7 power. And, that's of significance.
Mr. Chairman, all correct. As Ms. Forrestrom said, there are people talking about it, but we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. Anybody else? Representative Yan? Oh, I'm sorry, then we'll do Yan and then Weber.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Commissioner Petrie, thanks for taking all our questions. I mean, I think, we're seeing rates across the country go up, and it's an additional cost on everyone, and everyone wants to figure out what the simple story is on who to blame. And hearing that it's complicated is not reassuring, unfortunately.
It's all those Teslas.
That's just a joke because he drives a Tesla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am curious on what your thoughts are on incoming federal policy and how it will affect rates. I read a report that we are 40% down on Forest Service wildfire mitigation, for example, from the previous 4 years on average. And so, do you think that there are policies that will help rates? Do you think there are policies that will hurt rates? Do you have any comment, or you maybe want to stay out of it altogether?
Mr. Petrie, if I had to make those choices, it's in your court.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Yin, there's a broad scope of federal policies that potentially could affect electricity rates. And what you just mentioned, changes in emphasis or changes in spending on wildfire mitigations on forest service lands or other federal lands. That you can easily imagine how that might increase the burden on utilities that cross those lands to take care of their own, what could increase their expenses for wildfire mitigation. And as we know, just by seeing the headlines, no utility can afford to just ignore those risks. So wildfire mitigation is going to have to be done. And whether Uncle Sam cuts back on spending on that category or not, that as far as I'm concerned, that's going to occur. And so, yes, that's an example of a federal policy that maybe we wouldn't think of immediately, like you might with Clean Air Act reduction in those standards or increases in those standards. Those things are more obvious, but there's a lot of federal policies that I suppose could affect electricity rates, and unfortunately, very few things in the world are getting cheaper lately, and electricity is definitely one of those. And most of the country, maybe everywhere, it's outpaced general inflation somewhat. And as I said, there are pressures that are exerted on our utilities from directions that we don't necessarily have a lot of control of, and we have to do our very best to make sure that no money's being wasted, and that the mission of the utilities and the commission, which is the same thing, safe, adequate, and reliable, just and reasonable rates, that's being achieved as efficiently as possible.
And Representative Yen, I think your question also touched on perhaps federal preemption in policy areas like the Department of Energy or increasing FERC requirements that affect utilities as well, that it's a little bit different. You might touch on that.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Yen, sorry for skipping over that. Again, yes, that is something that can affect our utility rates here. The FERC and the Department of Energy never come out and say, we've got a plan to drive up electricity rates across the nation, and particularly across the West, where there is no prevailing organized transmission market. Historically, the West has done very well, and we've enjoyed relatively low rates compared to other areas of the country that have that regional transmission operator arrangement. There is additional pressure. Order 1920 is putting on additional pressure for regional transmission planning, cost allocation of regional transmission. There is a newly announced rulemaking with the DOE has told FERC to engage in rulemaking to address the connection to the grid of these monstrously large, at least in our normal experience, loads. And how that's handled definitely could have an effect, and we'll have to keep tabs on it the best we can. Say what we can to advance the interests of Wyoming and Wyoming ratepayers and utilities, and we'll see how that goes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead, Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner Petrie. Isn't it exciting for Wyoming and all the new energy that's coming? A lot of the comments that I've been hearing in my part of the state is, what if, as we have seen in other states where there's some grid issues and the power just kind of gets shut down, maybe they call it a brownout or a blackout. How will you protect the people in Wyoming, and how does that work with these data centers or any of the other entities that are coming in? Thank you.
Mr. Petrie.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Weber, it hasn't occurred to me that the arrival of these data centers would specifically have anything to do with those sorts of problems, brownouts, or what we've been talking about quite a bit lately in the context of wildfire mitigation is the potential for public safety service interruptions, which essentially means that if conditions become, in the judgment of the utility, in accordance with their plans that they've worked out in advance, if you find yourself in conditions, or you're facing conditions where the risk of equipment failure or other problems that are going to potentially result in fires and disasters, that you would interrupt service in order to prevent that. Now,
but I think her question is more about systemic grid difficulties, having it be overstressed, not necessarily related to the wildfire issue. If you pardon me for tagging on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
yes, very good.
You're getting
Mr.
there. I
Chairman.
know, Mr. Petrie, but
I'm getting there, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman. These large loads, if they're properly incorporated into the operation of the grid, and there is sufficient generation, then there should be no problem. If there are shortages, then there's no reason to expect that these large loads wouldn't be in line to be interrupted before the entire grid has to be shut down. And the utilities have interruptible service rates and tariffs. And so there are mechanisms that can provide for load shedding operations that don't involve the grid as a whole, which is not to say that there aren't mishaps. There have been, as everybody knows, we've got a single tree limb touches a line and it blacks out the whole East Coast for days. Well, hopefully we've advance the sophistication of the grid operations and the grid monitoring to a point where we won't see that kind of cascading blackout disaster. And also, the service to these very large loads will be managed in a way that isolates them from the rest of the grid if the conditions require it.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
You bet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Petrie. As a follow-up, you did talk about some shortages or some of the other things that could happen. Maybe it's a blackout, maybe it's a tree limb. But is there any protection for the consumers when, these big entities are coming in and maybe it's through a contract of who actually gets the power first? My expectation for the citizens in Wyoming is that Wyoming would get the power first in the event there were any disruptions or shortages. Is that a contract or is that just public information, and is that something your office controls?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Weber, many of these large service arrangements, for example, Cheyenne Light has a number of data center customers that are served under their LPCS large power contract service tariff. And my understanding is that most of the energy that is provided to those customers is arranged for parallel to and in some isolation from Cheyenne Light's regular needs for the larger body of customers. And so it may be that a big data center in Cheyenne has contractual arrangements that kind of pass through Cheyenne Light. They're sort of an intermediary party, and that might be for power that they're buying from renewable resources in some other location, say Nebraska, and they make the arrangements for the energy and the transmission, probably for some balancing, or balancing is probably not the right term, but for any additional power that they might need. And so it's largely isolated. And so that power is not really coming in to the grid, to Cheyenne Light, and then being doled out on some contract. It passes through in what they call a sleeving arrangement. So the utility acts as something of an intermediary, but that shouldn't really affect the price, at least directly, or the availability of power. Now, like I said with natural gas a little while ago, is the appearance of these very large energy hungry loads going to have some effect on the prices for electricity in the market generally? Yeah, probably.
Thank you.
But, it hopefully won't be too dramatic.
Thank you. Senator Dockstader.
Thank you. Ms. Petrie, in your opinion, when do you anticipate seeing the first of those large loads requests involving natural gas to come across your desk?
Mr. Petrie.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Dockstader, those kind of arrangements are not necessarily things that the utility itself would do. What I was largely referring to is when the new large load entity determines that it wants to generate a portion or all of its own power, and that it would then resort to building its own natural gas turbine generation. We don't have any current proposals for new turbine generation projects by the utilities. You're familiar already with the conversion of some coal units to natural gas firing. That's a different topic, and again, largely driven by the federal environmental requirements.
Thank you. All right, I think you guys did a great job. Thank you very much. We do want to welcome Mr. Chris Boswell, who's the newest commissioner. And he's in the very back of the room, kind of lurking back there, but he will you can get a smile out of him if you work at it. It's kind of hard to pull out of there. Mr. Boswell and I started in the legislature together in the House quite 1 or 2 years ago. So it's good to see you, and very good. Greetings to your bride as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Commissioners.
Chairman, and we'll stay for the rest of the discussion.
Oh, I
If-
think it's a
if
good
we're-
idea.
If anybody thinks we'd be useful later on, please call us up.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let's hear from our consumer advocate. This is a one-man show here coming up. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Case, Deputy Chairman Knapp, and other members of the committee. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here today and to talk on this really important issue. I'll try to be brief, and I come with
You probably ought to introduce yourself for the.
my apologies.
Yeah.
Anthony Ornelas, I'm the administrator of the Wyoming Office of Consumer Advocate. I come today, I think, with some stories for optimism and some tales of caution. Before getting there, though, I'd like to kind of just explain that in our role as the Office of Consumer Advocate throughout these discussions that have been teed up by WEA, and we really wear multiple hats. In terms of supporting the state, which is part of our statutory mandate, we want to do everything we can to encourage economic development, to make it as fast and as affordable for these large loads, these data center loads, or even large industrial loads that are not data center, to have the opportunity to set up shop or expand shop in the state of Wyoming. On the other hand, a critical role we play is protecting the existing ratepayers, the existing consumers. And there's been several questions from the committee already today about how we do that, as well as protecting our incumbent utilities, protecting their service territories and their financial stability. And I don't do that from the perspective of representing the utilities. We do that from the perspective of representing our customers and the state, because we want our incumbent utilities to be financially sound in the long run. So with that, I think one of the places of optimism is we have, in my opinion, all of the existing regulatory tools we need to reach the goal of attracting and serving these large load or hyperscale loads. For the better part of a decade, we have had a LPCS, large power service contract tariff, that Black Hills developed along with input and work from the OCA that was ultimately approved by the commission.
And this committee.
And this committee. So we've had that for a decade, and it's been very successful. There are several data centers that are now operational in and around the state of Cheyenne. And to address several of the questions, Senator Lander for one, I know Representative Yin, this is an incredibly important tariff. It provides complete flexibility for our large load customers. If they want to use renewable resources, this provides that option. If they want the utility to build a resource for them, it provides that option. If they want to look at using a third-party developer for any type of technology, it provides that option. But what it also does, which is so critical, is it provides, in my opinion, absolute protections for our native customers. They're ring-fenced. So whatever option they decide to use, our existing residential, small commercial, small industrial, and ag customers do not see a cost or an increase to their utility bills because of it. It is quite unique. It was one of the first in the country that was developed this way. My office and others have held this out regionally and nationally as a kind of a way forward, as a best practice. You saw the list from WEA. Several of our entities have similar, but not quite the same programs or policies. But it is within the power of our commission to direct that to be done for every utility if they so choose. So we have the tools in our belt already. You know, the other critical piece of this LPCS is it does provide long-term financial stability for our utilities. That is important for us. If we allow large loads to, operate strictly with third-party generators, if we start stripping away our utilities designated certificated service territory, this will ultimately lead to higher cost when their financial support is not as strong, and when they have higher terms of credit when they need to go to the markets to borrow both debt and equity. Growth and service territory for our utilities is critically important, and it provides a strong foundation of support. Again, this is appropriately addressed already through the LPCS tariff that Cheyenne Light currently has in place. There is also discussion, or has been, and you heard from WEA, about offering a new third-party or non-utility generating option. It's not my place, it's not the OCA's place to either lobby for or against a bill. So this is where my tales of caution come into play. If this is a process in which this body decides is necessary and that it wants to pursue, we do think there has to be legislative changes. The WEA cited several court cases, and the commission has addressed those court cases to some extent as well. None of those address the option for a non-utility or a third-party private investor to provide retail electric service. So the commission's authority on this is ambiguous at best. And as you heard from the WEA, there's dockets in front of the commission that, regardless of how it's decided, are likely to go to court. So if the goal is to increase the speed and efficiency of this optionality, I think legislative changes are necessary to make it clear what the bounds and what the authorities of the commission are, and how private entities are or are not allowed to provide retail service in the state of Wyoming. Now with this, I would offer a couple of thoughts. One, I think it's important to let our utilities compete. Give them first right of refusal. As I just addressed, we have tools in our belt. We can create innovative tariffs. We can give them the tools to compete for these new large loads. If for some reason they are simply not able to compete in terms of speed of development or overall cost of providing service, then it may be appropriate to allow private third-party generators. However, if that's done through an exemption, I think it's also important that we remove the obligation of our incumbent utilities to then provide backstop service to these large loads. That is really, I think, the heart of some of the questions we've also heard today. If our large load utilities are not provided the absolute opportunity to provide this service, but then have to plan and procure utility infrastructure in forms of generation and transmission to be there in case a third-party generator fails, that will have significant cost impacts. And I do not see an ability for us to shield our incumbent utilities and their ratepayers if that were to occur. Adding gigawatts of power is no small feat. This is not something we keep on the back shelf. Adding new transmission is a significant cost. So if a customer feels it is in their best interest to pursue private generation, perhaps let's consider that optionality. But let's protect our incumbent utilities and their ratepayers from the downstream potential impacts if something goes wrong from that option. I think I'll stop there, and please welcome any questions that the commission has and the committee has. And thank you again for the opportunity. This is a critically important issue. We've been a part of these conversations for the better part of a decade and look forward to working with all the interested parties moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ornelas. Are there questions for the consumer advocate? Questions? Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Ms. Ornelas. So this concept of giving the incumbent utilities right of first refusal, would you want the utility to also be competing in the matter of building on-site generation? Would they do that as well? Because I don't see how the incumbent utility could really compete if they still have to have the transmission costs built in, right? Where third-party generation doesn't really have the same transmission costs that the incumbent utility would have. So thoughts?
Thank you,
Go ahead.
Chairman, Representative Yen. Yeah, when I say the right to compete, the right of first refusal, I am encouraging the development of all of our utilities to have these innovative tariffs to provide an open and transparent process that a large load customer can engage with our utilities, get timely information, timely pricing data that they need to make an informed decision. And then if for one reason or the next our incumbent utilities cannot meet their needs, then we have an option of behind the meter or third-party private generation development. It really is kind of an evolving discussion, Representative Yen. You know, in the years leading up to where we sit today, these large loads, aka data center loads, they wanted to be interconnected to the system. And there is a real benefit of that. There's reliability standards and safety standards that they all want. However, that comes with additional cost and time constraints of fulfilling those obligations and meeting those regulatory hurdles that they are now starting to question. And more we're hearing a desire of these large data center loads to cut the cord and provide their own generation behind the meter. So if that works for them, that is an option we should consider. To your point, though, if we then make our incumbent utilities be the backstop or the provider of last resort without the option to serve, you're just layering on cost. We're still going to have to plan and procure new generation and transmission from the utility side that somebody's going to have to pay for, whether that's the third party, the large load customer or the incumbent utility customers.
Anybody else? Thank you. I think you did a great job. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Appreciate the work you do. Let's open it up to stakeholders. I don't know if makes sense to have utilities first, but Mr. Nelson does have his hand up. Does everybody notice that? But go ahead, Mr. Nelson, welcome. Oh, he's being joined. Enjoined, maybe.
Efficiencies, Mr. Chairman.
That's right.
Okay, I like efficiencies. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Case, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Thor Nelson. I'm an attorney with Holland and Hart. I'm here today along with Cindy Delancey, also of Holland and Hart, representing the Wyoming Industrial Energy Consumers, or WIAC, as you sometimes have heard. WIAC is a member association which is composed of a large number of companies that operating throughout Wyoming, but largely in the Rocky Mountain Power Service territory. These companies are mining companies, oil and gas companies, chemical plants, manufacturing companies, cement companies, and the like, who all share one common feature, which is they consume a vast quantity of electricity to support their manufacturing and industrial operations. And so they are keenly interested, of course, in the price of electricity and these electric policy issues which are before the committee today. I do want to take my time to focus specifically on the issue of what's been called the third-party generation topic. As you've heard, some of the other topics are being pursued in other avenues, and so I won't dwell on length in length there. Relative to third-party generation, let me just talk to you a little bit about why this issue matters to WIAC, what it is that we think that this issue, what opportunities this creates for Wyoming industries, and why we think that advancing this topic can be done in a way to support Wyoming industries without hurting other Wyoming citizens. So first, why is this issue important? As everyone is keenly aware of, the price of electricity charged by Rocky Mountain Power, for example, has been increasing over the last several years. We've talked already this morning about a variety of different rate cases that, of course, everyone is aware of, and affordability for electricity is a keenly important issue, not only for your residential customers, but also your large industrial customers. But you have to understand a little bit about why the price is increasing in order to understand what it is about third-party generation that Wyoming industries find potentially attractive. First of all, It's important to note that the price of electricity is not increasing because of sales growth in Rocky Mountain Power service territory. Just a couple of data points that might be informative for you. From 2008 to 2023, the overall Rocky Mountain Power electric sales rose by only 0.3%. From 2008 to 2023, 0.3% is all of the load growth on the entirety of the Rocky Mountain system, according to their 2025 Integrated Resource Plan. In Wyoming, actually, from 2008 to 2023, loads fell by 0.3%. So essentially flat, but ever so slightly down. Now, of course, electric sales isn't the only indicia of what might cause electric cost increases. You also have to look at whether the system peak grew, because serving peak load during summer periods typically sometimes requires new investment in resources. Again, didn't happen. From 2008 to 2023, the overall system peak for the Pacific-Core system grew by 0.5% over that time period. And in Wyoming, it actually fell. Wyoming increased ever so slightly by 0.1%. And so when you look at both overall sales and overall peak, what's driving the cost increases is not new loads. I will also highlight and point out that for the going forward period, where we're now looking at data centers and other sorts of things, from 2025 to 2045, Rocky Mountain Power does project about 1.5% increase in loads, but none of that is in Wyoming. In Wyoming, they forecast flat loads for that 20-year future period. Okay, so if loads aren't growing, why are prices increasing? And I will point to, based on the last several rate cases, a couple of key and important factors. First of all, it is absolutely true that part of what is driving rate increases are capital investments made by the utility in new generation and new transmission. Those capital investments are being driven primarily by two things. First is increased reliability issues. So a fair bit of the transmission investment that we see is driven by reliability considerations, which is just something that's important, of course, for everybody, as Representative Weber's questions illustrated earlier. But secondly, and probably even a bigger consideration, is what has happened over this last, call it 10, 15 years, is a systemic replacement of generation resources caused by aging infrastructure being retired and policy decisions to accelerate the retirement of certain coal-fired resources in particular. And then the replacement resources, in part because of federal subsidies, but also other considerations, being most economically renewable resources, which in turn require different transmission in order to reach the areas where the renewable generation lives. And that process of sort of reinventing the system, also being driven, of course, by federal environmental policies, which make operating the coal plants uneconomic in some instances, and certainly make building new coal plants very challenging from an economic perspective, simply because of compliance with federal environmental laws. And so all of those factors, federal policies and otherwise, have caused this shift to occur in the system. And so in addition to the reliability, a big chunk of that investment is not being made because we have more kilowatt hours we're selling. It's being made because we're creating the kilowatt hours differently, and we need to create infrastructure associated with that. And so that's causing a chunk of these price increases. But another chunk of the price increases, if you look at the filings that, for example, Rocky Mountain Power raises, I'll flag three other issues. And this, again, is the reason why this whole thing is a challenge. The other issues that we see are every time Rocky Mountain Power files a rate case, they ask for a higher level of profit. And so utility profit levels are certainly a potential cause for rate increases. We have seen a dramatic increase in insurance costs. And that's been a driver of some of the recent Rocky Mountain Power rate cases. Those have been driven in part by wildfire litigation, which the Wyoming General Assembly thankfully helped address through legislation in the last session. But insurance costs are definitely a factor. And then last but certainly not least, overall market energy prices, because Pacificor and the other utilities in Wyoming do engage in the regional electric market, and the regional electric prices overall have trended higher. In addition to increases in fuel costs, one of the things that's driving that regional energy costs is largely the fine state of California. Don't know if any of you saw some recent publications, but EIA did an analysis that reported that over the last 10 years, energy prices in California have increased, they estimate, by 96%. And that increase in the California prices raises the market prices sort of throughout the region because, of course, as good economic actors, those who have generation will look to find the most attractive price for it, which creates a price sort of increase across the way. And so those things are causing these price increases, making it such that traditional Wyoming businesses are increasingly looking for non-utility options to meet their electricity needs. And one of the simplest ways to do that, as we've heard because of the regulatory and legal issues, is what's called this behind-the-meter generation. But as previous speakers have noted, in the ideal world, that would be done by someone other than the company we're talking about, because that's just not their core line of business. Now, two other factors that are important to consider whether the utility, for example, would be a viable option for this. There are, unfortunately, a variety of regulatory issues. Every time the utility takes action to construct a new generation or a new interconnection for a customer, there are a variety of regulatory hurdles, both in Wyoming federally and in the other states that Pacificor serves, for example, that have to be overcome. Those regulatory issues are non-existent, by and large, when we're talking about doing something behind the meter with somebody who's not a utility. And then lastly, I'll note these interconnection issues, and you've heard a couple of speakers talk about this. The interconnection challenges of connecting up to the grid are substantial, and doing behind the meter can alleviate many of those interconnection challenges, because oftentimes if you build behind the meter, you actually lessen your need for interconnection instead of increase it. The interconnection issues you've heard talk about the extensive queues or lines for companies trying to get interconnection that is being very challenging for the utilities to process. And because of those long lines, you've heard about the Department of Energy issuing an order to the FERC to sort of step into the process, and we'll see how that goes. Unfortunately, in my experience, and I will be delightfully nonpartisan about this, this is true regardless of which political side controls the FERC. Whenever the FERC step in, what you can virtually guarantee is everything will grind to a halt for a while. And it's just because whenever there's uncertainty at the federal level, people find it very hard to move forward. And so that challenge, sort of, I've seen it repeated over and over again. And so that creates issues. And so the question is, if you can't get the utility to do it, and if the utility is expensive, what can you do? And the answer that, again, is behind the meter options. And if you do a behind the meter option, specifically with, for example, a third-party provider, you get a couple of things. You get long-term certainty over the price for the electricity that you're going to pay, which is very valuable, especially for resource intensive industries who like to know what that price is so that they can then make long-term investment decisions in their mining equipment or their drilling equipment or whatever it is. And so by having that behind the meter, you get that price certainty, which is very attractive. You also get control over the kind of resource that you are bringing onto the system. So if you want a gas resource because you like the way that operates or for whatever reason, you can do that. If you want a blend of gas or solar, you can do that. And it allows individual customization that is very attractive for lots of folks. And so that's why this is perceived as a great benefit, and why it is that companies that are members of WIAC would encourage the legislature and the commission to continue to advance policies that are supportive of and friendly to the idea that customers can buy power from a separate entity building a facility behind the meter. Now, of course, there is always the concern of, does this cause harm to other customers? Will this make other customers pay more in rates? I will offer up a couple of thoughts on this. if you do it right, and so far, I think the Wyoming Commission and the OCA, as they have all testified, have done an excellent job of sort of making policies that do this right. If you do this right, there is no reason to believe that this would cause other customers to pay more in their electric rates. In fact, it could provide benefits to other customers insofar as for example, we're going through this transition as resources retire. If a large trona operation or oil and gas operation in Wyoming, implements some behind the meter generation, that may prevent the utility from having to replace that otherwise retiring equipment with more expensive power. And that's, of course, what we've seen driving these price increases of late. It might prevent the utility from having to make expensive market purchases for power. It might prevent the utility from having to purchase expensive fuel. All of these things, I think, can be beneficial to customers overall, provided that the rates are set carefully and consciously, and you are, I think, blessed with a regulatory body here in Wyoming and the Commission and the OCA who are very good at doing that. So for all those reasons, WIAC would continue to support the legislature moving forward with third-party generation rules to make it clear that this is an option available to Wyoming customers. We think it will be good for Wyoming industry, and we think it will be good for Wyoming customers generally. But having said that, there are sort of two important notes that I would offer up regarding the specific sort of tentative language that WEA presented earlier. First of all, WEA suggested that the legislation could, for example, have a limit of being just selling to one entity. I will say that as a first step, one is better than none. So yes, that's helpful. But there are specific instances in Wyoming where you have two or more industrial facilities that are very close in proximity, where sharing a behind-the-meter generation with connections to each of those separate entities would be very economical and would promote those industries being able to do more of the thing that you want them to do, which is to mine minerals or produce oil and gas. And so allowing for some combinations to occur could be very beneficial, and so we would encourage that. And then secondly, in WEA's hypothetical language, they also suggested that there be 100 megawatt sort of minimum, if you would, for this option. To be clear, if you put 100 megawatt minimum in there, what you are talking about is none of the existing Wyoming industries, and you are only talking about brand new data centers. The existing Wyoming industries that operate, generally speaking, operate approximately between 20 and 80 megawatts of capacity. And so if you have a 100 megawatt threshold, you will eliminate all of the mines and the oil and gas companies and everybody else from being able to avail themselves of this legislation. And you will limit it only to data centers, which has a separate set of issues. And the data centers have a separate set of considerations that I think the legislature and the commission needs to be mindful of. But on behalf of WIAC and on behalf of the existing industries who are looking to find ways to relieve themselves of some of these price pressures from the utilities, and to do so in such a way that would not harm and might even benefit other customers, that sort of threshold would make that impossible. And so we would encourage the legislature not to go down that route. So obviously happy to answer any questions. Obviously, we look forward to working with the committee and the members in the session ahead as these issues continue to be discussed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Senator Dockstader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Nelson. You mentioned behind the grid. I was looking back at my notes. You said that. What prevents us from moving that forward now? And a little more conversation on that, if you would, please.
Did you mean behind the meter?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I think we got it. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Dockstader. So the issue right now is, and this is one that's been teed up in the petition that was filed by the Anschutz Corporation. The issue right now is the question of, if you are building a power plant behind the meter, as I think Deputy Chairman Petrie already mentioned and others have as well, if the company itself is building and constructing the generator, that's clearly legal. We have lots of companies who do that already. A number of companies in Wyoming already have behind the meter generation that they own, construct, and operate. The challenge is there is a legal ambiguity to some extent that says if you have a independent power company, and there's a variety of ones who operate in the United States and here in Wyoming. And that independent power company builds a generator for you and operates it for you, then that company is making a retail sale of electricity. And under Wyoming law, retail sales of electricity are both regulated by the commission and limited to the monopoly utility if that retail provider is serving the public. But the word public is not defined in the statute. Now, from my perspective, but this is my biased perspective, I think the public can't possibly mean just one person, because otherwise you would just say to any person, not to the public. That the utilities argue that if it's big enough and if it's substantial enough, then one person can be the public. And so that is the nub of the disagreement. And the challenge is not that, for example, I don't feel strongly in these arguments, but the reality is that no one's going to finance a $500 million project if there's a legal ambiguity. And so legal certainty is very important in order for these entities to obtain the financing necessary to construct these projects to achieve all of these good outcomes. And so what is before the commission, what is perhaps before the legislature, or what may be before a court, the legislature doesn't make it clear, or even if you do, they may decide it's unclear, is the question is, what is the public? And does serving a customer or one or two customers, for example, is that the public? And if so, does that mean that the only option is to either do it yourself or have the utility do it for you? And of course, the utilities would prefer that because they make profit selling electricity. I mean, this is not a rocket science. That's their core business. And the more electricity they sell, the more plants they build, the more capital they invest, the more money they make. But, for those of us who would prefer to have optionality and to escape some of these upper price pressures that we're seeing from the utilities, we would prefer a different option be available. And that's where these either legislative or commission fixes come into place.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Who was that? Representative Young.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And maybe this question should have been for the commission, but do you know what the timeline for that rulemaking on the commission side is? I mean, should we just make it happen on the legislative side? Where's that with the commission?
Mr. Nelson, kind of out of your bailiwick, but maybe you do know.
If I knew, I would tell you, Mr. Speaker, Representative Yen, if I knew, I would say, as it sits right now, there is no publicly announced timeline, but certainly would invite you to ask the commission if they have a non-publicly announced timeline.
Duly note that I get the extra $5 a day because I'm now speaker. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Who else had a question? Who else? Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Thank you very much. Ms. Levin, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jody Levin. I'm here on behalf of the Wyoming Mining Association. Wyoming Mining Association, several of our members are also WIAC members. So in the interest of time, I'll just say that WMA aligns with the comments of Mr. Nelson and WIAC this morning. The one issue that brought me to the table that I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about is the exact point that Mr. Nelson raised in that 100 megawatt threshold. This morning, the entire conversation has been dominated by data centers and 100 megawatts. The problem that we're seeing in the mining sector is load requests that are well under 100 megawatts. So third-party generation has been an interest of members of the Wyoming Mining Association for as long as I can remember, for the exact reasons Mr. Nelson articulated. It's largely been price-driven. What has changed in recent years has been a capacity issue where companies have come forward with expansion plans and the timeline for being able to meet their load requests has been 5 years, 7 years, or further. And what that has practically caused, I mean, the utilities, because of certificated territory and the obligation to serve, they can't tell you no, but effectively a 5 or 7 year timeline to a project that's trying to get online feels like no. So what they've done, because they can do self-generation, they've put in very expensive self-generation facilities. When you find out in the planning process that the load request that you thought you were going to have, you're no longer going to have, you have to go back, you have to refinance a project, you have to go back and look at re-engineering a project. Those are very expensive ventures that have caused some projects to pull back completely. Others are scrambling to find financing. And so what we come forward to ask for is we need some help. In certain circumstances, in very limited circumstances, when a utility cannot meet the load request in a reasonable amount of time, and we can all debate what reasonable is, but is there an opportunity for that entity to look at getting a third-party generator so that those projects can go forward? That's the request that we come forward with and ask for today, because we're not talking about 100 megawatt loads. We're talking about 50 megawatts. We're talking about 65 megawatts, which are enormous loads. I don't want to suggest that those aren't large loads. They are enormous loads. But the world is changing, and all of a sudden those loads don't look nearly as large as what you're seeing on the horizon. But to Mr. Nelson's point, these have been the backbone industries of Wyoming. And they're now struggling for their projects to move forward because of capacity issues.
Thank you, Ms. Levin. Questions for Ms. Levin? Any questions? Ms. Levin, you would seem to echo the first right of refusal point that our consumer advocate made. Would you say that's fair?
Mr. Chairman, in the instance of what we're talking about, we do feel like the utility had the first right of refusal. And again, they didn't say no, but they presented it in a timeline that is effectively no. So I do think that they had the right to refuse.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you both.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let's load up the chairs, you guys. We are going to take a break when we finish electricity. So I hope you guys have weak bladders out there. Who's first, Mr. Taylor?
Thank you, Mr.
Always a
Chairman.
pleasure.
Good to see everybody, members of the committee. I'm Sean Taylor, Executive Director of the Wyoming Rural Electric Association. Just a quick refresher, we represent 14 distribution co-ops across the state of Wyoming and 4 generation and transmission cooperatives. For those that may not remember the last time I gave this little co-op 101, our co-ops, our distribution co-ops, all the co-ops are nonprofit and we're owned by our customers. We call them member owners. So we have a very different and kind of unique business model as opposed to the folks you're going to hear from later. I know that at least 6 of you on the dais here today have constituents that are co-op members. There may be more. I just don't know where the legislative district lines and the service territory lines cross, but 6 of you have constituents that that belong or that are member owners of a distribution co-op. I'll let these guys introduce themselves in just a minute. Just a couple things I wanted to say first, though. We appreciate the efforts of the Energy Authority and your guys' allowance of this kind of hybrid type of interim discussion where we met outside of the committee schedule with all the stakeholders throughout the past 6 months. I think everybody learned a lot, as Ms. Fornstrom and Mr. Jenks said. I would like to echo Mr. Ornalis's comments about protecting ratepayers, protecting incumbent utilities, right? We were created because nobody else would serve out in the hinterlands of Wyoming. And we've grown as the rural parts of America, or rural parts of the state have grown. We've grown because there's been some industrial or mining or oil and gas that, throughout the past century has been discovered in our service territories. That's caused us to grow and it's been a benefit to our members. And we'd like to see that continue to grow. I would like to see us start talking more about partnering rather than thrashing or trashing the current regulatory structure. I think we feel very confident from the co-op's perspective that we could partner with the industry, we can partner with third party to where we can protect the existing ratepayers and the existing utilities. Before I get to these guys, I would just like to not push back, but add to Ms. Levin's comments about the industry she was representing about being the backbone of Wyoming. They wouldn't exist without electricity. So I would say we're the original backbone industry in Wyoming. And with that, these guys are the boots on the ground. They all participated in the interim study with the Energy Authority. They're going to talk about large loads, third party, their tariffs, and what they've been doing really over the past probably couple of years in implementing these programs, as well as you may have heard about the FEED study that the Energy Authority awarded matching funds for Basin Electric to conduct a FEED study, which stands for Front End Engineering and Design, on a possible Unit 2 at Dry Fork. And I'll let them talk a little bit more about that. So with that, like I said, these guys were in the room and can talk more in depth about what their individual G&Ts have been doing.
Who's next?
I'm going to step out and let Mr. Mertz come up here now.
Okay. Mr. Rodemaker.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you. My name is Austin Rodemaker, and I represent Tri-State Generation and Transmission Association. We are a 40-member G&T cooperative, and we serve wholesale power to 8 of the distributive cooperatives here in Wyoming, and we serve across 4 states that include Nebraska, Colorado, and New Mexico. Earlier, we have been, like Mr. Taylor noted, we've been involved with the WEA process since the beginning. We're very thankful for being included and for the great process that they ran. And we're looking forward to, as Mr. Taylor noted, as I'm sure you'll hear some of my friends up here know, that we're looking forward to partnering as we move forward. They've noted that our tariff was last week rejected at the FERC level. Then that's our high impact load tariffs. And we've called it that, high impact load, because as Ms. Levin noted, right, we're focused on loads that impact the system as a whole. So that's not just large loads like data centers, right? That's high impact loads that meant to capture industrial loads that are in that 50 to 100 megawatt area. The good news is that, we appreciate the guidance and direction from FERC on our high impact load filing, and we're working with our member owners to refile in the near future. As Mr. Jenks did a good job noting, some of that rejection, a majority of that rejection, I would say, was just around what they believe was their jurisdiction. So they believe that our tariff went outside FERC jurisdiction. And so we are retooling that to focus within FERC and then creating a board policy down the road that covers what they were concerned they didn't actually have jurisdiction over. So we're working on a timely refile on that. And the other thing that I want to add, we're, as Mr. Taylor noted, we're a not-for-profit, right? There's no profit gained by this. We do understand economies of scale. We want these large loads to come. However, we will do it in an affordable and responsible and reliable manner. That has always been the 3 tenets of Tri-State, is that on the coldest day in winter, we will make sure that everybody at the end of the line's furnace stays on, and that we will do so in a way that doesn't break the bank. And so that will always be our focus. We want the large loads. We want them to be a part of the Tri-State system, to be a part of our member owner systems, but we will do it in a responsible and affordable manner. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for any questions.
Questions for Mr. Rodemaker? Go ahead, Senator Landon.
Just a real quick one. So Austin, thank you for your comments. I'm intrigued by this partner concept. I'm just wondering what that would look like. And are we talking some kind of surcharge? What are your thoughts on that? Help me get to that.
Mr. Rodemaker.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon. So it's a concept that I believe Mr. Ornalis brought up earlier, as well as others, which is the sleeving concept, right? Which is that a potential third-party non-utility generator, whatever you want to call it, comes in and then they work their power through our system. So we essentially become the operators of said system as the power flows through us and then back down into the customer. And so that's the partnership aspect, where it stays within the already established and successful regulatory compact, but helps with that speed to power concern or whatever the concerns may be. So it keeps the regulatory compact intact while also helping these large loads get online faster.
Anybody else? Okay, Mr. McNiven.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Travis McNiven here on behalf of Basin Electric, and I will certainly turn some of the time over to Bill and Joe here to introduce themselves from Precorp. But prior to that, just a little bit of color. You noticed on the large load topic from the Wyoming Energy Authority, and I won't repeat that and the appreciation for their work. But under Basin Electric heading, in their slide, it said recent board action as it related to the large load. And so I was going to add a little bit more color for the committee of what recent board action and some of the steps that we've already had meant. So with that board action, what was put in place is what's called a large load commercial program. That was in June of this year, so June 2025. Of course, that is to address the issues around, of course, the data centers, mining, manufacturing, the large loads that certainly go into that. There are 3 phases of that program. One is the initial screening phase, roughly a 6-month process. The study phase, more along the lines of a 16 to 18 months, which is I know that's kind of a large timeframe, a year timeframe of difference. That really is from how much data and information the potential customer or the large load already has, what they bring to us, and that allows us to work through what their power generation requirements are, the system generation that they may or may not be bringing, contracts, et cetera, agreements, et cetera, on that study phase. And then, of course, the third phase is the project implementation of that. One of the benefits that we've already seen, significant benefits that we've already seen of our large load program, is that it has taken away a certain amount of the speculative nature of that. Prior to this, we were hearing very large numbers. I mean, they're still large numbers, but we were hearing 12, 15,000, megawatts wanting to, come onto the system, right? Very, very speculative. Once we had the large load program in place and it was time to follow up, I guess, if you would, with all of this speculation, when kind of pen got put to paper for the initial screening phase, what we really are seeing is at least in our footprint, more along the lines of 6,000 to 7,000 megawatts of progress requests, I guess you would call that. And so that has helped us just in terms of try to weed or figure out what's maybe real, if that would, that would make sense, instead of a lot of these large loads being, highly speculative. And so that has certainly been helpful. As we're saying, what is more real is above this like 6,000 megawatt sort of number that has actually entered into the large load program that I've already described since June. And so we have about a dozen applicants in that process that are working through that 3-phase system now. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would like to follow up a little bit with a comment that Representative Brown made earlier as it equated to the data center and the a renewable kind of tie, if you will, Mr. Chairman. And that is prior to kind of this, I'll call it this AI revolution, AI boom, whatever you want to call that or state that as.
Fad?
I'll let you decide that, Mr. Chairman.
I kind of doubt that, but
Go ahead. I will avoid that word, but prior to that and prior to, COVID and a lot of other supply chain types of things, there was kind of, I don't know if I want to use the word excess power, but available power out there in years past. And so, what data centers and companies that tended to want to use that, they did have kind of a policy preference to Representative Brown's point of renewables. In our loads and in the applications that we are receiving, we are not seeing that as much anymore. And the simple reason is reliability. When these centers come on the line, if from data centers, when they come online, they don't and can't turn off. They need constant renewable, not constant baseload, reliable power. That the renewable, energy components just it just isn't always there, correct? And so what we are seeing actually, as it relates to data centers and the like, I'm not saying just them, but data centers have kind of joined the mix as it relates to mining and manufacturing of needing that constant, reliable source of power. And so with that and within that 6,000 megawatts, we're seeing, at least currently, much greater emphasis on natural gas currently for interest in data center to provide that. And so for a state, of course, that just has, the extraction industries, that we're just seeing that in the natural gas being more tied to data centers from a reliability standpoint with natural gas right now, with an eye towards we see other sorts of can coal have carbon capture? What is the price point of nuclear in the future, et cetera? But right now, natural gas as it relates to kind of the bulk of that 6,000 megawatts in the queue.
Mr. Brown, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Acknowledging that, do you see a good chance that we're going to see increased rates for the citizens of Wyoming?
Mr. McNiven.
Mr. Chairman, well, as Mr. Chairman, Representative Brown, as previous speakers have stated, there's a lot of variables that relates to the supply chain, power, the way the tariffs of these large program works. In our particular case, that large load program is to protect our member owners from rate increases, so that they need to bring the generation, bring the resources to build those transmission lines, et cetera, et cetera. As to the Public Service Commission's point, could a greater use of natural gas increase, simple supply and demand of natural gas? Potentially. Just being from Wyoming, though, one of the challenges we've always had in Wyoming isn't the production of gas so much as it is the pipelines to get it to market. We could produce more. It's the downstream capacity, to get it to markets. Is it that LNG, shipped? Is it to the various hubs, et cetera, et cetera? One of the potential advantages, at least of data centers in the Rocky Mountain region, is the use is coming to the supply. And so we could increase production, still keep I'll call it out of state line pipelines flowing and full, but increase production here, regionally to supply that increase. And so how that all would play out in the marketplace, I couldn't exactly, say, but it certainly is, in the Wyoming in particular and other states, the supply of natural gas hasn't been the limiting factor. It's the exportation and getting it out. And so in this case, we actually have the demand or the end user maybe coming to the gas that doesn't necessarily impact as much, that supply outflow to other parts of the country.
Keep going.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As was mentioned, the feed study with the dry fork, I will certainly let Bill or Joe, whoever wants to, tackle more of that if the committee has interest in that, although that's, outside of the scope of the topic today, and I realize that. The only thing I would add to that is this is, of course, a study evaluation, a very in-depth study evaluation. It's not a construction project at this point. And so I would just, ask that that's, kept in mind.
It's the very beginning.
It is the very beginning. Yes, Mr. Chairman. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I will, of course, sit for any other questions or continue it on for Joe or Bill, particularly as it relates to the NUG or third tariff or third party comments on behalf of Basin.
Okay, anything else from Mr. McNiven at this time? Let's pass it on. Who's next?
Maybe. I think I'm live. Good morning, Chairman. So what I want to share is we've heard a lot about.
So why don't you tell us your name and who you represent and all this stuff?
Thank you. I appreciate that. My name is Joe Roth. I'm with Powder River Energy. and been part of the process. Thank you for the work that WEA has done, as well as others, the stakeholders coming together and having the opportunity to have a conversation about Wyoming's energy needs. And so they are complex, and there's a lot of variables that inside of that. But what I really wanted to take my time here is talk about some of what Basin, Travis had mentioned a little bit there of what they rolled out with their large load program. And specifically inside of that large load program, we've talked a lot about partnership and how we partnership with industry on finding solutions. Inside of that, so that the process follows kind of the traditional, hey, what needs to be done, what kind of infrastructure upgrades need to take place, what those costs are. But when we get to the solution is where I think Basin has got a very innovative approach there. And it's through what they're calling a special purpose vehicle. And so that's really where they're inviting industry to invest in a generation resource or third-party investors. And then with that, the financing can be traditional financing through debt, or you can have kayak or that's which is contribution in aid of construction, in which that entity, and this would be a separate entity that helps create that bright line, if you will, about how do we protect our traditional ratepayers in the state of Wyoming from these large loads. And so with this, treating large loads separately from traditional load is a path that we kind of keep the costs with the cost causers. And so with that, the risks and rewards then is shared amongst that investment group, that the parties participating in that solution. And this is just a solution. It's not the only solution that comes out of the large load program, but it's certainly one where if folks have generation resources that are ready and willing, and you compare that with a load, here is a pathway forward in which the utilities can partner with private generation and investment folks, as well as the applicant themselves. And so if you have a large load applicant, they can certainly share in this space as well. So it's not exclusive, but it's really one of those, once you identify what the solution is, then the next step is how do you go out and implement that solution, and whether that's generation, whether it's transmission, these type of things, provides a pathway forward. And so with that, just wanted to share with this committee that there are those type of conversations, and we're certainly looking at that inside of the Basin family as far as what we have the ability to offer to our membership. And so with that, I'll yield for any questions the committee may have.
Any questions for Mr. Roth? Any questions? Would it be fair to say that you don't have a tight framework yet, but you are working towards an arrangement whereby this could occur?
That is correct. And so the process is relatively new. I think the board approval was June, July this year. So they've, through the first phase of that, I believe there's 12-ish, maybe plus applicants that Basin's already received. And so that first phase is really that study, where the load is located, what enhancements to the utility grid need to be made, once that information is known, then you know exactly what those costs are, and then that solution. But that's where the construct is there with the special purpose vehicle. That's one of those solutions that would come into the second phase of that large load program.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you. How about the other gentleman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Bill Mertz. I'm the General Manager and CEO of Members First Power Cooperative, a Class A member of Basin Electric, serving Precorp, Powder River Energy Corp. In Northeast Wyoming, along with some other distribution co-ops. I'm grateful to be here today, and thank you. It's good to see you all again. And I don't know that I'm going to try to recap everything that's already said, because there's a lot of good stuff. Maybe one thing I might highlight for just a moment that Mr. Roth was mentioning, although in its infancy and although recent, I want to clarify that the development of that large load program has actually been going on for some time in collaboration, and I'm cooperation, if you would, and I might want to cite back to a Basin annual meeting theme where it was courage, commitment, and cooperation. Out of that context came this large load program. So, and even though in its infancy, as was just noted, there are several in the queue. and more to come. And this process, I think, provides flexibility, feasibility, and fairness. And we're looking to actually expedite and encourage others to participate in the program. So with that in mind, in terms of third-party generation, I like, and if I would concatenate, we're looking for partnering generation opportunities with these folks. I think truly it's a partnership, truly folks becoming members of our co-op family is what we're trying to accomplish. So I don't know that I would have much more to add. And I would reiterate that exploration is not declaration when it comes to looking at that. But one thing I would note is that even in the headwinds, before there was a change in administration, Basin in its overall footprint constructed carbon-based or fossil generation, not only, and recently completed that and has others in the queue. So it demonstrates what they're doing with this FEED study, that commitment to do so. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions for the gentleman? Any questions? Thank you all. Let's clear the deck. Let's get the next round. Looks like we got big power coming up, you guys. Oh, no, where is? It's not a mandate. I'm getting some complaints from my colleagues about how long we've sat here this morning. Might remember that. Mr. Acey, you go next.
Thank you. My name is Bruce Acey. I'm here on behalf of Montana Dakota Utilities Company. We serve up in the northern sector of the state. We provide natural gas and electrical services. And with respect to the electric service that we provide that essentially in Buffalo and Sheridan. I would note that Montana Dakota has a multi-state system that we're interrelated and connected to, Montana, North and South Dakota, Minnesota. We also have utility services with related companies in Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. So we have a broad system. And as you talk about big utilities, big power, we feel part of that. But with respect to Wyoming, we have a very isolated system. We are not connected to the system. We receive power from suppliers that we connect with. And because of that, we consider ourselves for Wyoming a fairly small utility. And my appearance here today is to say, you know, sometimes you make an enactment, a piece of legislation, and you're trying to address a problem that might affect one corporation, but it has an impact on smaller companies such as ours in Wyoming, even though we have a large system. I would note that with respect to Wyoming, and we did make our presentation to the Wyoming Public Service Commission a few weeks ago, and appreciate that opportunity. What we indicated is with respect to large loads for our system in Sheridan and Buffalo, we have not had requests for large load. And as Mr. Nelson pointed out, our growth has been fairly flat. So we just haven't had that need. We don't have a large power tariff. We do in other states like North Dakota. We can use it if we have that need arises, but we haven't thus far. And so we have been looking at being prepared. So if we have a request, we can do it. I would note that we are in the process. We have a general rate case in front of the commission at this time. And the question is, well, what do you do? Because you have the same problem, Senator Landon, that you've mentioned, and that is people ask you, are my rates going to arise? And so, Senator Landon, if you're in Albertsons and you have that question, take them over to the meat department and you can answer the question. Because as a utility, we have to address increasing costs. And as the commission pointed out, we're entitled to our expenses that are reasonably incurred, and that's what we're trying to address. And when we're trying to maintain a system, we have to address that so that we can provide appropriate service to our customers. And that is between the high cost of labor, system upgrades. For a small system in Wyoming like Montana, Dakota, that is part and parcel of the increases that we have to address. I know you're busy and I know you've got other things, but I do think I wanted to address that on behalf of Montana, Dakota. Thank you for your interest and your attention. And if there's any questions.
Anybody? Mr. AC, you have a lot more gas customers in Wyoming than you do electricity, I think.
That is absolutely correct, because with respect to natural gas, Mr. Chairman, we extend into the Bighorn Basin.
Yeah.
And then when you look at the other systems, a lot of that is natural gas.
But your electric footprint is what communities again?
Primarily Buffalo and Sheridan. And there is a little extra, but that's what the representatives would know.
Thank you. Mr. Carter, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Tom Carter. I'm with Rocky Mountain Power. As you may know, Rocky Mountain Power, we serve about 145,000 customers here in Wyoming, employ a little over 1,000 people, and it's good to be here with you today. It was good to participate also throughout the last 6-8 months with the Wyoming Energy Authority on this process. Echo what everybody else has said. It was an intensive process. It pushed us to have hard conversations about where we are and what we're trying to do, not just as a company, but as a state, and who we want to be and how we want to provide for different types of customers and different types of rate classes. And I appreciate the questions that were asked and the comments that we came up with. These conversations are not just happening in Wyoming, though. And they are happening around data centers and large loads throughout the country. In fact, I'll leave here today and go to Idaho to have similar conversations. What I can tell you is that Wyoming is doing it right. Wyoming is putting in place and having conversations about how to protect the current rate base, how to ensure the costs follow the cost causer, how to find ways to attract the right type of business, to ensure that there aren't potential stranded assets and potential situations that could put strain on the system. So I appreciate the questions being asked, that have been asked, and that will continue to be asked, so that as you all get the questions at Albertsons, you can provide the responses necessary around rate pressures. Affordability, not just for electricity, but affordability in general, is driving every conversation I think everybody in this room has all the time. To Mr. Acey's point about the cost of beef. But affordability for electricity is an important conversation. And we recognize that. We hear it. We talk about it. And those drivers and rate cases are real. And that's why there is an adversarial process at the Public Service Commission. And we appreciate that it's adversarial. It should be adversarial. We should be able to make our case, and there should be organizations and customers that come in and with a fine-tooth comb say, we don't think you should have done that. And then the commission has that important job that they laid out for you guys today to say, are these rates or this request, is this just and prudent? But affordability is real. I also think stability is part of what's driving some of these conversations. And I think stability is driving conversations for you all at the grocery store as well. Stability in rates and stability in policy. And so when we talk about large loads, when we talk about third-party generation, when we talk about all of these things, the question for all of us is what will be the most stable situation for all of Wyoming? Should we put rate classes against rate classes? Should we pit rate classes against rate classes? Or should we find ways, something that works for everyone? And I think those are the tough conversations we've had throughout the summer, and I think those will be the tough conversations we continue to have. I know we've talked long this morning, and so I don't want to take up too much more of your time. I will say I do agree with the points that continue to be made by my utility friends. I also agree with the points that were made by the Office of Consumer Affairs, that if we are going to have a robust conversation around third-party generation, we need to make sure there are safeguards in place for the rate base and safeguards in place for the incumbent utilities. And whether that is a right of first refusal or a duty to serve caveat, that could be something that ensures that we are not putting undue pressure on our customers to provide a potential backstop in perpetuity. And I'm happy to answer additional questions around this.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Questions for Mr. Carter? Thank you. Mr. Bush.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I was expecting questions. Wow. David Bush with Black Hills Energy, also Cheyenne Light Fuel and Power. That's our utility here in Cheyenne. I will try to be fast because I know we're way over time already, Mr. Chairman, as you pointed out. Would echo a lot of what was said, particularly Mr. Ornelas, the Administrator of the Office of Consumer Advocate. He was very, I think, pointed and pointing out the role that the Commission and the OCA plays in making sure rates and the way that we conduct our business is regulated for the best interests of not only ratepayers, but also our companies as well, and the financial health of our companies. A lot of questions around data centers. Feels like that's targeted mostly at us since most of the data centers are here in Cheyenne. And that's a decision that I think you could say the local governments have made here in Cheyenne. The city and the counties have put an emphasis on data center growth as an economic development opportunity. We've seen a lot of action here that has, I think, benefited the city, benefited the county with tax revenues, with jobs. Certainly, we have worked with our partners at those levels and with those companies to ensure that, as you've heard referenced, the large power contract service tariff was originally designed under the innovative rate making statute, but it's also been modified since then to meet those growing changes from the data center customers and other large loads as well. It's not just data centers that could use that LPCS, it's other large customers. And I think for the most part, we've had positive benefits for our customers here. The LPCS is designed in a way that I think maybe to answer Representative Weber's question about who gets first in line for if there's a shortage, the LPCS does require 115% of the capacity purchase. So if a data center needs 100 megawatts, they have to be responsible for 115 megawatts. So that extra 15% allows us some flexibility if there is the need for more power that other customers need. We can tap into that. We can absolutely shut them down if we need to. If they don't have that 115% in particular, they have their own backup generation, which they can tie into as well. So I think it was said, maybe Administrator Ornelas, I'm not sure. Our tariff has been used as an example for other utilities around the country, and we're quite proud of that and our ability to serve our customer, the large load customer, but also protect our ratepayers here. Another aspect of that is there is a credit that goes on the LPCS tariff, to transmission credit, that then gets applied back to other customers' bills. So there is a benefit there to our other customers, as well as the system upgrades that a lot of these large loads are paying for. If they need new transmission, they pay for it. If they need new generation, they pay for it. Generally, what we do is provide market purchases for those large customers, so we're not building generation for them. But if they came to us and said, hey, we want 100 megawatts of wind power for our data center, they would pay for that 100 megawatt project to be built, not our other customers, along with all the other system requirements for that. That's how we've designed it, and that's how they've agreed to work under that construct and come to Cheyenne. A few years ago, Mr. Chairman will remember, we worked on a new problem that came up with Bitcoin mining. Seems to have kind of quieted down a little bit, but a few years ago, it was quite a deal here in the state. Lots of Bitcoin miners coming and wanting power. We had concerns about the volatility of that load. If any of you have ever been out to a Bitcoin mining site, they're usually in Connex containers, big metal containers, pretty temporary, and they can move in quickly and leave quickly. So our concern was building out infrastructure, charging other customers for that, and then having that load leave. We didn't see that as something that was viable, so we designed a new tariff with a law that Chairman Case helped us with, that again requires those people to pay for everything that they want. There is also a credit on top of that benefits our other customers here. Right now, we have, I think, 2 or maybe 3 Bitcoin miners in Cheyenne. So every megawatt hour that they use, there's a credit that gets put on top of that then goes out to our other customers as well to help with some rate stability. So I guess that what I'm getting at, Mr. Chairman, is sort of what Mr. Acey said. When we're looking at solutions, sometimes, we're different size of utilities. We work differently than our co-op partners. Even our investor-owned utility partners, we work a little differently, but a law affects all of us and can impact the way that we do business. And I think here in Cheyenne, at least, we've done a good job of representing, again, not only the growth that the local governments want and that we are somewhat obligated to help provide, but also protecting our small mom and pop customers from any of these rate pressures that may be coming. So with that, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Bush. Questions for Mr. Bush. Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Bush, I think, I think Black Hills should be commended on its creativity. I think things like the blockchain interruptible tariff have been frankly good for ratepayers. And it helps with working with both stakeholders, ratepayers and a utility to come up with the solution that works great for everybody. So really not much of a question other than just saying, good job. I am curious on whether there are any of the other data centers have looked at the interruptible service tariff and whether they'd be interested in it, or basically have said, this isn't gonna work for us and our needs.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Yen, to my knowledge, they haven't, because the larger data centers, Microsoft, Meta, those are not interested in being interrupted. They need to run constantly, which is why they also like the grid connection and the reliability that provides. We've seen opportunities to partner with them. There's a large solar field if you drive south of Cheyenne. There's a large solar field that was not built by us at all. It was built by a company called Q-Cells, who then sold it to Southern Power. Southern Power has worked with us, and the term that we've heard, sleeving, we've sleeved that energy, put it on our lines and run it over to, I think it's mostly going to Microsoft at this point. Microsoft has a PPA there. So we have tried to work with our customers to sell them the widgets they want. I think generally speaking, most people, especially in Cheyenne, just want their power to come on. We have coal, we have gas, we have some wind that other customers have paid for. We don't have nuclear yet, but for the most part, we're doing what we can in our view to ensure that people have the reliable power that they need and that businesses want, and that Cheyenne can see. I'm not sure if Mr. Nelson has our numbers for growth, but I would venture that Cheyenne and our area has grown significantly as opposed to some of the other numbers that he had. So we're proud of that. We're proud to be partners with the city and the county and with the state to keep moving forward.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you, Mr. Laycock.
Tom Laycock, AARP Wyoming Associate State Director. We've been a part of the WEA process. We came into it with the standpoint of, anytime that there is a rate increase, we have a tendency to represent the public, or at least part of it. So we came into it in that spirit in the WA conversation. We've been pleasantly surprised. Nationally speaking, we've seen Oregon, we've seen not Arizona, Virginia, kind of raise their rates due to high data center entries into the system. However, I will say that we've been pleasantly surprised in the state of Wyoming that between existing legislation, the work of utilities in the state, there seems to be a priority of keeping the existing customer held harmless. October 9th at Laramie County Community College, there was a room full of utilities. We were allowed to sit in and listen in on that, on how they've developed their large load tariffs and how they do their pricing specifically. We came into that meeting feeling a little bit like Representative Brown's question, however we know that we don't have the large load users impacting the finances of the residential customers. We left feeling pretty good about things. So it's our feeling that large load users should be the ones that actually pay for any upgrades to the system, as well as upgrades in terms of generation, and thus far we're feeling pretty good about that. So kudos to our friends in the utilities, especially Black Hills Power. Their large load tariff seems to be kind of the gold standard. So with that, I'd be happy to answer questions or release you to the restroom.
Very tempting. Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Lakehart. Thank you all. Anybody else like to testify on this issue? Anybody else? Well, with that, we've heard a lot. I think we're going to be seeing electricity in the interim. And in the very immediate future, we're all going to go to the restroom. So let's take 15 minutes, come back at 11:15, and Josh will just tee up and go through the election bills. We'll have Josh go through all the bills, and then we'll move on from there. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
I like how the clerks all sit in the back. Okay, we're going to call this meeting to order. We online? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could get everybody in and sit it down. Let's see, I think we've got a quorum. We're back to order. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a little mess up on our minutes that we have to deal with because we have a bill that on our list of election bills from our minutes. We, as I understand it, we have one that shouldn't be there on that list and another one that's not on that list. And so I'm going to ask Mr. Anderson to come forward and explain what our issue is with our minutes and with the way the agenda was prepared. And then we're going to have to revisit our approval of the minutes to correct them. And then we're going to have to move forward. So Mr. Anderson, I put you on the spot here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh Anderson also. Yeah, sorry, this was just brought to our attention this morning, and what I think happened was essentially when we did the minutes, we combined the action of the committee on 41 and 42. 41 is ballot drop boxes prohibition, and then 42 is ballot harvesting prohibition. And so in the first section of the minutes, it indicates that the committee passed 41 along with 40 and 50. But then down in the committee action section, it shows that the committee passed 42, or the minutes state that the committee passed 42. And that is not what happened. The committee made some amendments to 42 but then moved it as amended to this committee. And so due to that confusion in the minutes, when we prepared the agenda, we listed 41 on the agenda, but not 42. So, Mr. Chairman, I just sent an email with some a proposed change to the minutes that would more accurately reflect the actions of the committee, that they took a vote to pass 41 with just one amendment to change the effective date, and then forwarded 42 to this meeting with some amendments.
Okay, so everybody, here's the situation. What we really need to do is to correct our minutes. So we have to reconsider the motion to approve the minutes. Then we have to amend the minutes to reflect what they should be. And then we have the issue that we're not going to take up 41, but we are going to take up 42. There's a notice issue with respect to that because that has not been properly noticed. And so what I would like to propose that we do with 42, just so you see ahead, and this is Mr. Anderson's suggestion, I think it's a good one, is that we don't consider 42 today, but we consider 42 as the first order of business tomorrow. And that gives people more time. It's the best I can do because we in essence have this mess up. That's as much my fault as anybody. So with that, if that's an acceptable way to proceed and it works for everybody, then we'll do that. And I'm looking to the back of the room. Zooming tomorrow morning is okay too if you're on the road? Absolutely. So with that, I'm seeing nods all around. The chairman would entertain a motion to reconsider our vote on the minutes, and I would ask you to vote no. Got it by Lucas, second by Weber. All those in favor of reconsideration signify by saying aye. You should vote for the reconsideration. Say yes. Yeah, and then, okay, now we're gonna, now let's amend them and go with there. So I encourage you to vote no on the existing minutes, but we're gonna amend them now. So Josh, go with your amendment. Can you give it to us exactly? And he does have an email that's went to everybody.
Mr. Chairman, 1 second, let me grab my computer.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Chairman, do we need to somehow rescind the motion on the minute? And the minutes
If
that we've already
everybody's
passed?
acceptable with this procedure, it's a little bit more informal than actually rescinding our action and doing all that. So we got the minutes. We didn't approve them yet because we've undone the approval. Let's fix them and then let's redo the approval. And I think that'll be a more efficient way to go forward than any other else. So Josh, what would your amendment be if you were a member of this committee?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, 1 second.
Oh, okay.
We grab the page of the actual minutes real quick. Sorry. Bear with me, Mr. Chairman.
No worries. We want to get it right.
So this would be, Mr. Chairman, excuse me, on page 8 of the minutes, starting with, under committee action, starting with the committee voted to sponsor 26 LSO 42. Delete that through the end of the page and then replace it with language that says the committee voted to sponsor 26 LSO 41 ballot drop boxes prohibition as a committee bill for the next session. The motion passed on a roll call vote with all members voting in favor except Representative Yin, Senator Landon, and Co-Chairman Case who voted against the motion. The committee adopted the following amendment. Page 2, line 16, change the effective date to make the bill effective immediately. And then continuing on, the committee voted to forward 26 LSO 42 ballot harvesting prohibition to the November meeting with the following amendments. Page 2, line 18, delete an absentee ballot and insert absentee ballots. Delete a qualified elector and insert not more than 5 qualified electors. Page 3, line 6, after transmit, insert copies of. And page 3, line 17, delete may and insert shall attempt to. So that would be the complete change to the minutes, Mr. Chairman.
And so, Mr. Anderson, let me be really clear. So in the end, we're actually keeping 41. We're just adding 42.
So, Mr. Chairman, those were kind of combined essentially. The amendments to 42 are already shown in the bill, or in the minutes, but the minutes indicate that the committee passed that bill instead of forwarding it to this committee. Whereas 41 was the bill.
Yeah, so I see, it says the motion passed on a roll call. So that, you're right. Okay, I agree with you. Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you.
So does anybody understand what we're doing with Mr. Anderson's proposed amendment? Would somebody make that motion? Member of the committee? So got it by Landon, second? Second down there, and Johnson Land, way over there. Discussion? And we're not going to take up 42 till the morning, okay? So all those in favor of correcting the minutes to reflect action with respect to 42, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Now we should have a motion on the minutes, just to hold minutes, just to be tidy.
As amended.
As amended. Representative Yen, can I count on you for that? Okay, I've got it. Webb is a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you for that. Little mess ups happen and it's good to get them taken care of. Thank you very much, Mr. Anderson, for bringing it to our attention. So let's not even discuss 42 today, except for in the context of explaining another bill possibly, and we'll take it up in the morning. Would you present the election bills that we have on our table for this afternoon?
Sure thing, Mr. Chairman. These bills were all requested at our May meeting. They're based on bills from the 2025 session related to elections. We did take a look at all of these at our last meeting in August. The committee sponsored 3 of the bills, 40, 41, and 50 at that meeting. And then the rest of the bills were forwarded to this meeting. So, Mr. Chairman, first bill. And I think I left my copy of 43 in my office, Mr. Chairman. My apologies real quick. So I'm a little
no
out of
problem.
order,
You
Mr. Chairman.
phone a friend. You have a friend coming.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Back to you.
So 26 LSO 43, working draft 0.3. This was based on 2025 House Bill 217, random hand count audits of election results. So, Mr. Chairman, this on page 2 of the bill adds a new subsection C to the post-election ballot audit, specifying that in the addition to the audit under subsections A and B, following each primary and general election, each county clerk shall conduct an audit of the ballots in one precinct. As provided in this subsection, the Secretary of State shall randomly select one precinct in each county to be audited. As provided in this subsection, county clerk shall conduct a hand count audit of all ballots cast in the precinct and shall compare the hand count result to the result tabulated by the voting system. The audit under this subsection shall be completed not later than 1 week after the date of the election. The results of the audit and the comparison shall be immediately reported to the Secretary of State, and then the Secretary of State is required to adopt rules necessary to implement the subsection, including rules establishing the scope of the audit and the procedures for conducting the audit. This requires the Secretary of State to adopt those rules not later than September 1 of 26, and the bill is effective immediately. So that's that first bill, Mr. Chairman.
Questions for Mr. Anderson on the first bill? And we're just gonna have him go through all of them so that they're all keyed up. Okay, keep going, Mr. Anderson.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, next bill up, 26 LSO 44, working draft 0.4. This is based on 2025 House Bill 232 engrossed. The first changes on page 2 and 3 are primarily just conforming changes, and then on the middle of page 3, this would move the primary date from the third Monday in August to the first Monday in August. And that's again on page 3, line 17, and those changes are reflected throughout the bill. Moving over to page 4, Mr. Chairman, these are revising provisions related to counting boards. And on page 5, you can see that a new subsection E is added to require the county clerk to appoint a counting board for the purpose of recounts, and shall consist of not less than 3 members, and additional board members may be appointed if necessary. On page 6, Mr. Chairman, this is adding a new, essentially subparagraph B for the counting of ballots to provide that ballots can be counted by hand in accordance with the recount provisions in 22-16-109, and the Secretary of State may promulgate rules for counting hand count recounts. Over to page 7, again, those additional conforming changes to the county canvass date due to the moving of the or to the additional time required for hand counts. And then on the bottom of page 7 over to page 8, this is the changes to the recount provisions. So the first change is if there's the county canvassing board can do a recount. If there are irregularities in the precinct, the recount may be conducted by hand count or electronic voting equipment as determined by the canvassing board. Then in rest of page 8, the first section there, new paragraph 1 is a recount if there is in a federal, statewide, or legislative office, if the difference in the number of votes is less than 2%, that recount shall be conducted by a hand count, and it shall not be required if recount is required under paragraph 2. Paragraph 2, again, for a federal, statewide, or legislative office, if there is a difference in the votes statewide of less than 1%, that recount shall be made in each county in which the candidates are standing for election, and that recount shall be by hand count. Subsection 3, for other offices that are not specified in paragraph 1 or 2, if the difference is 2%, then that recount shall be done in the district, and that recount shall be conducted by electronic voting equipment. Subsection C on page 10, this is when the losing candidate can request a recount, and that can be done at either by hand count or electronic voting equipment as determined by the candidate. Subsection D, this is an optional recount upon the request of the Secretary of State, and that can also be done by hand count or by electronic voting equipment as specified by the Secretary of State. Paragraph E, or subsection E, excuse me, the county clerk shall have the discretion to recount any ballot proposition or race. That may be done again either by hand or by electronic voting as specified by the clerk. Subsection F, if there's a discrepancy, then the county canvassing board shall determine the official results of the election. Subsection G, there's created the election recount account. Funds in the account are continuously appropriated to the Secretary of State for costs related to administering hand recounts. Bottom of page 11 and over to 12, this is the ability of the candidate to request a recount. It says the affidavit shall specify whether the recount should be conducted using electronic voting equipment or by hand count. We do use the phrase in this bill, page 12, line 4, hand count using tally sheets. We didn't use that in any other of the sections, and so it could be appropriate to amend that to just remove the reference to tally sheets there. And then bottom of page 12, this is the recount for statewide ballot propositions. And again, an automatic recount if the difference is 1%, and that shall be conducted by hand count. And then if it's not a statewide proposition, it's 2% triggers the recount, and that shall be, again, be conducted by hand recount. And 13, Mr. Chairman, this provides the ability for to get signatures to request a recount of a ballot proposition. And the affidavit shall specify whether the recount should be conducted by hand count or electronic voting equipment. Over to page 14, Mr. Chairman. Again, for an affidavit requesting a recount, if it's electronic voting equipment, it's to be accompanied by an amount determined by the county clerk not to exceed $1,000. And if it's a hand recount, it's the amount determined by the county clerk not to exceed $5,000. Bottom of page 15, if the actual cost of conducting the recount exceeds $5,000, the county clerk may seek reimbursement from the Secretary of State of reasonable expenses as are defined there in the statute. The Secretary of State shall reimburse those reasonable expenses from that election recount account. In subsection C, if the recount's initiated by the clerk or the canvassing board, the cost of the recount shall be paid by the county. If the recount's initiated by the Secretary of State or is required by law, the cost of the recount shall be paid by the Secretary of State regardless of the result of the recount. The rest of page 16 and 17 are conforming dates to those time changes. On page 18, Mr. Chairman, there's a repeal section. The first one there is the counting board for county using electronic voting system. And then the second repeal there is a section that provides that the result of the recount is the official result. And section 3 on page 18 is the appropriation to the election recount account of $200,000. So that's that bill, Mr. Chairman. I take any questions.
Good job. Any questions on this one? Keep going. Do you need more water?
I'm okay, Mr. Chairman. Next one up, Mr. Chairman, 26 LSO 45. This is based on 2025 House Bill 307 engrossed. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. So on to page 2, just a conforming change there to the definition of poll watcher to include someone to observe voter turnout, voter registration, and vote counting. Bottom of page 2 adds a new section just to say that the responsibilities of poll watchers shall apply to alternate procedures. that are implemented by that county clerk. And then top of page 3, the responsibilities of the poll watchers shall apply to the designation and notice of polling places. Bottom of page 3, again, the responsibilities of poll watchers shall apply to the procedures implemented under the chapter related to poll books. And then the bulk of the bill, Mr. Chairman, starts on page 3 over to page 4, providing the duties of poll watchers. The county chairman of each political party having a candidate on the ballot shall certify voluntary poll watchers to the day prior to the day of the election to serve in each polling place. The county chairman of each political party that does not have a candidate may certify volunteer poll watchers prior to the day of the election to serve in polling places. Not except as provided in the section, not more than one poll watcher may serve simultaneously. And then there's new language starting on line 13 that at polling places where multiple precincts are served, there may be one poll watcher for each political party for each precinct served. More than one poll watcher may be present at the polling places for purposes of poll watchers switching shifts. Subsection B, the poll watcher shall serve only at the place designated on the certificate by the county chairman. Under subsection A, a poll watcher is authorized to observe every aspect of the election. A poll watcher shall have the authority to be located close enough to hear and see the voters as they check in with election judges. A poll watcher may make written memoranda, but shall not challenge voters, attempt to discern for whom an elector has voted, conduct electioneering activities, or disrupt polling places. A poll watcher shall not be prevented from observing all activities and processes at polling places. Poll watchers shall be allowed to observe polling place setup procedures before the polls open and shut down procedures after the polls close on election day and during any absentee voting period. Bottom of page 5, Mr. Chairman and Chief Judge may remove a poll watcher for disturbing the polling place or for any other violation. Besides new language providing that a state or county chairman may designate another certified poll watcher to replace a poll watcher removed under the subsection and shall notify the county clerk of the substitution. No poll watcher shall be denied the ability to watch the polls for failure of a political party to provide a poll watching schedule to the clerk before the election. Subsection D, certifications of poll watchers shall be considered delivered if they are sent electronically by close of business the day before the commencement of early voting and by close of business the day before the opening of polls on election day. Certifications made before start of early voting may be amended at any time until the opening of polls on election day. And the certification shall identify the training completed by the poll watchers. Subsection E, poll watchers shall be provided chairs at polling places, but poll watchers shall not be restricted to a chair. Subsection F, county clerk may require poll watchers to wear identification badges consistent with other poll worker badges to include the poll watcher's name, party, location, and the words poll watcher. The county clerk shall require poll watchers to pick up identification badges at the polling place on the day of the election unless they are allowed to pick them up before that date. And then subsection G, Secretary of State shall have authority to promulgate rules to ensure that poll watchers may carry out their responsibilities under this section. That's that one, Mr. Chairman. Take any questions?
Questions at this point? Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quickly, Josh, on page 5, paragraph C, that is existing language when we refer to a chief judge. It seems to give some ability to remove a poll watcher. Can you help me I haven't had a chance to get to the statute and find out who exactly is the chief judge? Is that, and are we given power there that just doesn't seem to make it? I'm trying to get my arms around. So how do we get rid of one of these poll watchers if they're just completely disrupting, the voting venue?
Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, good question, Senator Landon. I believe that's a reference to the chief election judge, and that is the existing language there. I haven't dug too deeply into that either. I'd be certainly happy to kind of look into the history of that if that would be helpful.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and it's not, I think that was a standalone section before. Maybe we can get more on that, but thank you. Anything else for Mr. Anderson?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Yen?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Anderson, on page 5, line 5, we have a poll watcher may make written memoranda. Is that just a typo that we need to correct?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Well, double maze. Okay, make that as a note to fix. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, Mr. Anderson, I think you're up to 47.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I believe we have 46 next.
46, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Independent candidate requirements.
Yep.
This is based on 2025 House Bill 173 engrossed. First change, Mr. Chairman, is on page 2 for the petition of nomination of an independent candidate. They would certify or swear or affirm that I am an unaffiliated voter, am otherwise not registered in a major or minor political party to register as a independent candidate. Then over to page 5, Mr. Chairman, you can see increasing the number of signers required from 2% to 3% for statewide offices, from 2% to 3% for countywide partisan office, and for a district partisan election, increase from 2% to 5%, and then clarifying that if the boundaries have changed, not less than 5% of the number of votes cast for the office in the last general election. Bottom of page 6, Mr. Chairman, time for filing an independent candidate shall give notice of the candidate's intention to be nominated not less than 81 days before the date of the primary election in the applicable general election year, and the candidate shall have not more than 14 days after giving that notice to file the petition with the Secretary of State and the county clerk. That's that bill, Mr. Chairman. I'd take any questions.
Anybody? Mr. Anderson, the requirement that a independent candidate declare where they've lived for the past 5 years, all the different addresses, does a similar requirement exist for people filing to register under a party affiliation?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure the answer to that one, but I can certainly
We'll look that
double
up.
check it.
Thank you. And not right now. You keep going. Anybody else? Okay, I think you're on 47.
Sir, Mr. Chairman, 47. I think I lost 40. Excuse me, 47, Mr. Chairman, elections, voting machine and voting system test. This is based on 2025 House Bill 278 introduced. The first changes on page 2 are related to voting machines, providing that not later than 5 days before a test of a voting machine or not later than 24 hours before a retest, the county clerk shall post a public notice in the office of the clerk and on the website of the county clerk. Then clarifies that members of the public may be present at the preparation of the voting machine for the election. And the county clerk, in the presence of these attendees, shall prepare the voting machine for the election and set all registering counters at 0. Over to page 3, provides that inspection of voting machines shall begin not less than 2 weeks before the election and continue until all machines to be used are publicly tested and sealed. And then the certificate of the machine shall be filed with Secretary of State and a copy shall be kept on file in the office of the county clerk. No voting machine shall be used in any election unless the machine is tested and prepared in accordance with this section. Middle of page 4 for objections, it just specifies that a voting machine may be challenged after machine is sealed and before the election if a complaint is filed in the district court. Bottom of page 4 and over to page 5, This is making similar changes to the changes above, but for the voting, or for, excuse me, for electronic voting systems. So over bottom of page 5, not later than 5 days before a test of an electronic voting system, not later than 24 hours before a retest. County clerk shall post public notice and the website of the county clerk and notify the state chairman and the county chairman of each political party having a candidate on the ballot. Members of the public may be present for the test, which shall be held at least 2 weeks before the election. And the test shall ascertain that all automatic tabulating equipment to be used will accurately count the votes cast on all ballot styles that may be used in the election. The test shall be conducted by processing a pre-audited group of all ballot styles on which are recorded a predetermined number of valid votes for each candidate and on each measure. Then bottom of page 6, if the primary method of voting in the county is by an electronic ballot marking device, the test shall be conducted using ballots or ballot cards that are marked by an electronic ballot marking device. Over to page 7, the test shall be assigned to each candidate, including write-in candidates for an office, and for and against each measure, including at least one undervote and one overvote in each race or measure in each precinct and in each county. If any error is detected or if the test is not completed in compliance with law, the cause of it shall be ascertained and corrected, and an errorless account shall be secured and certified to the county clerk. On completion of the count, the results shall be retained by the county clerk, posted to the county clerk's website, and a copy of the results shall be provided to any person upon request. And then the program's test materials and ballots shall be sealed and retained as provided for paper ballots, provided that if a retest is required, the seals may be broken so that an errorless count can be secured and certified as provided in this paragraph. So that's that bill, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any questions on 47? All right, you're getting there.
1 second, Mr. Chairman.
More water?
Don't have my copy of 48, Mr. Chairman. So
You want to go online or do you want to phone a friend?
I can try to go online real quick.
Okay. It's on page 75 of our packet.
1 second, sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Maybe page 76.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. So yeah, this bill was a combination of 2 bills from last year, and I don't have those numbers in front of me right now. But it amends the acceptable identification provisions of the voter identity or voter ID law to provide that at first, acceptable identification definition includes any of the following, provided that the identification includes a photograph of the person. And then in section 2, we're repealing, 22-1-102A, 39B, 7 through 9, and those are included below in the staff comments. So 7, photo identification issued by the University of Wyoming, Wyoming Community College, or Wyoming Public School. 8, a valid Medicare insurance card. This subdivision is repealed December 31 of 29, and a valid Medicaid insurance card, which again is also repealed December 31st, 2029. So that's that bill, Mr. Chairman. I take any questions.
Okay, any questions on acceptable identification? LSO draft 48? All right, bring her home.
All right, our final bill, Mr. Chairman, 26 LSO 49, working draft 0.3. Excuse me, this was based on 2025 Senate File 190 engrossed. That bill included provisions related to proof of citizenship, which was passed in a different bill last year, so those are not included in this draft. This bill is essentially a combination of 26 LSO 40 and 26 LSO 44. And as you may recall, 40 was passed by the committee the last meeting. So some of these provisions were already covered at the last meeting. And a lot of this is very similar to 44, which we went through just a few minutes ago. So just quickly note a few of the differences. You'll see one of the things this does is revises the time that absentee polling places may be open. Wasn't present in any of the other bills. On page 2, Mr. Chairman, this is essentially very similar to 40. There are some differences in this language that are different than what was in 40. On page 2, starting at line 11, paper ballot shall be designed to permit automatic tabulation under the election code, provided that the vote shall be tabulated directly from the votes marked by the voter on the paper ballot. That language was not in 40. And then subsection B, subsection A of this section shall not prohibit any county clerk from providing electronic ballot marking devices for use by electors who choose to use them. Again, that was not the same as the language that was in 40 that was passed by the committee last time. And then most of the rest of the bill is very similar to 44, except for on page 7. It specifies that the time period for absentee voting shall begin 21 days before the day of election ending, close of business on the day before the election. And then, Mr. Chairman, I think the main other difference, is on page 20 for who's responsible for the costs of recounts. In this bill, it would leave recounts required under 2216-109B as the responsibility of the county clerk, and I believe in the other bill, all those required recounts would be the responsibility of the Secretary of State. So that's essentially that bill, Mr. Chairman. I'd take any questions.
With regard to that last point you just made, I recall the first bill had a threshold of costs and then they rolled over to the Secretary of State. Was there a separate section where they were exclusively, if he called for it, right, it was, he had to pay for it?
Correct, Mr. Chairman, and there are some of those required costs. And again, I think there are two different sections in the other bill. One, if there is a payment of $5,000 or if the costs exceed $5,000, then the Secretary of State is responsible for received costs. But this other section specifies in general who's responsible, and that's in both bills, but it's slightly different between the two bills.
Fair enough. Questions for Mr. Anderson on the last bill? Anything? Mr. Anderson, you did well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So we have all afternoon on this, but Mr. Secretary, did you want to give us some introductory remarks about the elections bills that we have on our plate? And then I was proposing to go to public comment, but we are going to take a lunch, so we'll try to figure that out, what works for everybody. And I was thinking, Mr. Secretary, that in terms of the public comment, rather than having go bill by bill by bill by bill and having each person come up and then go sit down and go through a row, we could maybe get people to kind of hit more than one bill if they want to. I'm not saying you have to, but I think it would be more efficient. But you can talk about any or all these. To you, Mr. Secretary, welcome.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have comments on each one, so do you want me to go through all those comments at once, or? I'd
Sure.
prefer to take each one at a time, and this could take like an hour if we were to aggregate them all.
Well, why don't we go through that? But the way it works with everybody else, we'd have to, 1 through 10 would be testifying on this bill, then 1 through 10 on the next bill, and 1 through 10 on the next bill. That would be longer in the long run, I think. So I'd appreciate it if you could just go through your comments, and then that'd be a good time for the committee to go to lunch, and we'll come back and have public comments. Is that doable?
Yeah, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess we'll start at 43, hand counting for recounts.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Chuck Gray, the Wyoming Secretary of State, and to my left is Joe Rubino, our Policy Director and Counsel. We're going to have Joe here through lunch. We're very excited about the birth of his son. And
Hey,
he
congratulations.
Yes. He came in
Fabulous.
today for the morning to help get us some momentum. And, I view it like having Shaq, just feed the ball to him, for a little bit. I got him in for a quarter here. So I appreciate the committee's time in allowing us to speak on this bill, which would allow for a uniform standard to be performed in that one precinct in each county would be randomly selected via a hand audit. This is identical to House Bill 217 from the legislative session from Representative Lucas. And we testified in strong support of this bill. This is another means by which we would verify results through a random hand count audit of elections by precinct. I think this bill is really good policy and something Wyoming should really be empowering itself to do. I think this strikes the right balance between administratability and ensuring more confidence in our elections through an eyeball examination, something that the people of Wyoming want. And I really think it's good that the precinct is sort of separated. The precinct that is selected is separated from the counties. That helps to build confidence that it's not a precinct that has been sort of predetermined. Now, in terms of the enacting dates on this bill, I was asked by the chairman to sort of have a conversation with the county clerks on these enacting dates. And we did that on all these bills. On this one, we believe that Section 2, the adoption of rules, should be not later than July 1st, 2026. This has a weird construction where it bifurcates the adoption deadline with the effective date. But in Section 3, we believe the effective date should be immediately. So again, Section 2, we're requesting that the rulemaking adoption be by July 1st, 2026, rather than the way it reads September 1st, which really doesn't make sense because the bill as it reads is supposed to be in effect for the primary. So why would the rulemaking be after the primary? And then in Section 3, keep that in place where the bill is effective immediately. So that's the first bill. Any questions?
We might have to massage that to make it conforming. Right, Josh, in terms of those two effective dates? We'll take a look at that, but we'll get your point.
I think it would be fine to change and I don't think it would need I think it would be fine to change to July 1 with.
Okay,
Okay.
Go
Any
ahead.
questions on 43?
anybody?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Yan?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I'm curious, so I want to understand what the largest possible precinct that could be randomly selected. So do you know currently what our largest precinct is on how many votes that would be cast in a random audit?
I could look that up.
Mr. Secretary?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I could look that up.
And then, Mr. Chairman, my second question would be, so maybe we'll be able to have that answer after lunch. My second question would be, what would your random selection process look like? I mean, it'll be in rules, I'm sure, but I'm curious on what your thoughts on how you would randomly select. Because we're talking about elections, so I want to make sure that we're transparent on how we do everything.
Mr. Secretary?
Well, Mr. Chairman, Representative Yin, I think I would really want to take this opportunity as a civic moment and also to emphasize the randomness of the selection of the precinct. So I've thought a lot about random process where we would bring in students to select out of some hat or some random sort of process, whether it was a hat or that kind of thing. And I'd like to involve students in that as sort of a civic process to encourage civic education on our elections process and on election integrity. I think it's just really important that we involve students in that discussion. So that's one way I've thought about doing that.
Follow up, anything? Keep going.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to move to 44 now.
You bet.
All right, Mr. Chairman. We worked on this bill a lot during the 2025 general session. This was original House Bill 232 with prime sponsor Representative Haroldson. And he did a lot of work as well with the County Clerks Association. And we stand in full support of this bill. I want to highlight, you know, if you think 30,000 feet up about the two hand count bills we're hearing today, they're very different and they work together beautifully. The first one deals with the selection of a random precinct to hand count. This bill deals with automatic recounts that are triggered by a certain threshold, and then recounts that are requested by candidates. First, I want to highlight the pertinent changes to 22-16-109B beginning on page 8, which details the process for triggering automatic hand recounts. Specifically, Romanet 1, which requires that for federal, statewide, or legislative offices in which the difference between two candidates is less than 2% in that county, then there is an automatic recount. The bill also specifies in Romanet 2 that if the difference is less than 1% in the entire state or district, then there is an automatic hand count. Romanet 3 specifies that other offices, including county commission and municipal, would largely operate the same as now. This same principle applies to the automatic recount of a ballot proposition, providing that a hand recount of a statewide ballot proposition will be undertaken if the proposition receives a number of votes greater or lesser within 1% of the number of votes required for passage, and for local, if the proposition receives a number of votes greater or lesser within 2% of the number of votes required for passage. Second, I would highlight the recount as requested by a candidate under 22-16-110 would specify whether the recount should be conducted by hand or by machine, giving the candidate the option. Third, I want to speak to the appropriation as well as the deposit requirement, as they are very interrelated. And I think it's a balance we strike. Of course, the deposit for a recount requested in accordance with 22-16-110 would depend on whether this is by machine or hand, and any costs above the deposit are borne by the newly created election recount account, and it would depend by the margin of the race. So I think there's a balance that was struck in the discussions / negotiations around the construction of this bill. I'll note a couple of things, one amendment that we drafted and then one that is more conceptual in nature. First, the one that was more conceptual in nature. This bill changes the date of the election as currently drafted. It moves it up 2 weeks. And my feeling is that at this time, we should change that to the original date of the election, the current date of the election, because we are close enough to the election that I think we should keep the date the same. Because changing the date of the election, the way the election code is written, would change pretty much everything. It would change the filing, deadlines, deadlines for receiving ballots, communications that our office has with the clerks in terms of the statewide races that are on the ballot. So our feeling is we should move it back, and that we can still find a way to make this work for the 26 cycle. So our recommendation on the enacting clause date is, let me find that piece of paper, is July 1, 2026. But I think some of that discussion we'll have during the session on what races we can make subject to this in 2026, maybe which ones having a delayed enacting date. But I think for now, the election date should be moved back to its original date in this bill, but still have it in effect, the recount portions of the bill for the 26 election. Now, I also then have I've got these blue folders with all these, got a lot more organized here. I also have an amendment on 44. Joe, can you hand this out? Had it in backwards order. Anyway, this is the second amendment that I would request. This one we laid out in the text. So reading that into the bill, page 15, line 20, before facility, insert market. This has to do with a change that occurred on the House side. The clerks requested that the bill explicitly refer to the fact that facility rental fees will be reimbursed under the provisions of the bill. I just would like to clarify that it is market facility fees to discourage depletion of the account. So that's what we're doing on page 15, line 20, the first change. The second change, page 15, line 20, insert excluding facility rental fees for facilities owned by the county or state. In my opinion, that without that, it discourages depletion of the account. I also think it's better to not, encourage the use of a facility that would go into county or state coffers. The way that is worded, I think it's better to just say, look, if you're going to use a county or state facility, that cost is going to be borne by the county or state, but it's really not a cost. It's just use of a facility that's already in place. I just want to make sure we don't have gamesmanship, not accusing anyone of anything. Also discourage depletion of the account because the appropriation, I'm a little concerned, what happens if we run out of the money on this thing when we implement it? That would be a problem. And then page 15, line 20, after wages, insert at a rate consistent with compensation pursuant to 22-8-116. 22-8-116 references the process already in place for the county to set wages for election judges. So we just think we should cross-reference that wage process that's already in statute. And then we move to page 16, and this is a little bit of a different concept. Originally, the bill specified that recounts which were initiated by the Secretary of State under 22-16-109D should be borne by the Secretary of State. This presents an economy of resources to determine whether resources should be recounted by hand in consideration of the funds available to the election recount account. However, the amendment added that recounts required by 22-16-109B should also be paid by the Secretary of State. To remind the committee, these recounts dealt with the automatic recounts which have historically been borne by the counties. Like I said before, I remain concerned about potential depletion of resources and did want to flag that for the committee. So to put that in layman's terms, in page 16, lines 6 to 7, and then there's also conforming language on page 16, lines 11 through 12, the county clerks on the House floor encourage the House to have the state bear the cost of automatic recounts. We think it should go back to the original language, the non-engrossed language. Again, this is the engrossed bill, so it puts in place the change on the House floor. So those last two changes would put it back to the way it was as introduced, which is that the automatic recounts are not borne by the state, which is the status quo, I think, with the way the automatic recounts are currently. So did I get that right? So that's what we're trying to do in the second two. They're kind of two distinct concepts. The first three lines have to do with the reimbursement on page 15, and the second two lines on page 16, again, have to do with who should bear the cost on automatic recounts. We're concerned about account depletion. We're also concerned about changing the precedent that is currently in state law on who bears the cost of automatic recounts. So for those reasons, we think that that deletion should be reversed.
Yeah, and in our, Mr. Secretary, in our version, we have red is new language and blue is the stricken language. So it would take the words in blue and leave them in, but the words in red are part of the proposal. So it kind of reverses the line through the strikeout, but the language in red remains. So the recount, really everything falls on a county. It's going to say, if the recount is initiated by the county clerk or county canvassing board, or required by WS 2216-109B, which is the Secretary of State calling it, the cost of the recount shall be paid by the county. Everybody got that? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Keep going. Did I get that right?
So, Mr. Chairman.
No, it's not me calling, it's not the Secretary of State
It's
calling.
the 1%.
Automatic.
Yes, sir. I agree with you.
If I call for it, the state pays for it under
Yeah.
this bill.
So
We did
it's-
not attempt to change that.
Yeah, and
to
I'm sorry.
the county.
I
Yeah.
didn't mean to confuse it. It's if the threshold requirements under state law cause it, then it's the county.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If it's
Thank you.
it's an automatic recount under Wyoming state law, the county would bear it. So I stand in full support of this bill. Again, we have those two amendments. One was the conceptual on the date. In order to make that change, you would need to change page 3, lines 8 and 17, page 16, line 19, and then page 17, line 14. Those are the conforming changes around the date. And that's the conceptual request. And then you have the request that we handed out, which has two distinct concepts in one amendment, one around who bears the cost on automatic recounts. And then the first one is around clarifying reimbursement on facilities and wages. And then our request is to make this in effect immediately, per the request from the chairman for us to have clear guidance on these bills. So immediately is our recommendation on this bill.
Okay. Any questions? Senator Landon.
Thank you. So, Mr. Secretary, going back to what we just went over with the automatic recounts, these are going to be expensive, potentially. Any thought as to how many of these will trigger and whether or not this committee needs to be cognizant of that on the county budgets? Because we're requiring it, but we just don't want to pay for it, is kind of what I'm reading with that. So since we provide some budget line item for the Secretary of State, I'm wondering if we shouldn't pass along any concerns to the Appropriations Committee on behalf of the county clerks out there, because they're going to now have to pay for these automatic recounts, right?
But Senator Landon and Mr. Secretary, I don't mean to interrupt, but that's the current language.
So it's current.
Currently, yeah.
So if we put, and my apologies, Mr. Secretary, so if we put the language back in, that was language that already occurred. So
Yeah.
we shouldn't have to worry about budget line items. Am I reading that correctly then, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, the existing
my
language
apologies.
says this: if the recount is initiated by the county canvassing board or required by WS 2216-109B, the cost of the recount shall be paid by the county in which the recount is taken, regardless of the result of the recount. I got that right?
Mr. Chairman,
Okay,
there are a
so-
lot of things occurring in this bill.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have, one is recounts requested by candidates. We put in place a whole infrastructure around deposits, which get quite high. I think it's 7,500
Right.
in some cases based on the threshold to meet the costs of those recounts. For the candidate requested recounts, if the cost goes above that amount, then the state reimburses it out of this account created in section 3 on page 18. That's the $200,000 on this new election recount account that is appropriated. So a candidate requested amount, the counties aren't on the hook for anything. It's the candidate up to the deposit and then the state past the deposit. That's why I think it's very important on the changes that I requested in the first 3 lines of this amendment that we make sure that as they submit reimbursement requests to the state, that we clarify, one, that it's market facility rates, 2, that the wages are set based on the process that's already in state law. 3, that if it's a county or state facility, that the account shouldn't be reimbursing that because it's an asset of the public. And so that's why we want to make sure we're tight on those definitions. The change that I was referencing was in the case of an automatic recount, which this law does make some changes to that process in certain instances, allowing a hand recount that is triggered when a certain threshold in those races are met. It's only in state races or legislative races. And one of the reasons why this balance was struck is because the clerks, this is why they like this bill more than the last bill, is because they say that it's going to be easier to hand count off single races than an entire ballot. So when you say hand count an entire precinct, while I like it, they say that's a lot more of an administrative burden. This bill, and the reason why the clerks have gotten more behind this bill in the discussions with Representative Haraldson and somewhat with our office, is because it pinpoints certain races to hand recount, whether it's by the candidate process, which is borne by the candidate or the state, or the automatic process, which as currently drafted in the engrossed version is also borne by the state. I believe it should go back to the status quo, which is that's borne by the county.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Secretary. I get all that. I do think there's a little cost driver in this bill in that we don't require a hand count now. So now the county, if there's an automatic recount necessary, we are going to have to hire the folks to come in and recount by hand. Is that correct? And I'm just trying to make us aware of all of the ramifications of this bill. And that is one of them, is that we are going to drive the cost a little bit out there. I don't know how much, and it's not a concern enough to bog us down. So thank you for that. But
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
hand
Mr. Secretary,
recount
whoa,
is
come
gonna
on, you
cost-
guys, you're talking over each other. You're
Thank you,
good.
Mr. Chairman.
You're good, Mr. Secretary.
Well, I stand heavily in support of this bill. Again, we've got 2 amendments. One is on the election date that's more conceptual, and then the second amendment is the one I handed out, which has 2 concepts in there. So I guess we can move now to,
Mr. Chairman.
Anybody else?
and then one
Representative-
correction on the enacting date recommendation. Our recommendation is July 1st.
That is the existing.
Yeah.
That's what it is now, right? So you're not making a change there.
Yeah.
Well, let's hear, Representative Yen has a question.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So I mean, really to follow up on this cost burden portion, being in the House, I think I understood the argument, which was the state is asking with the bill for hand counts, and so the state should bear the cost, because at the same time, we were cutting revenue from the counties anyways, and so asking the counties to bear the cost. I guess, why would you see that the county should bear the burden of automatic recounts versus the state?
Mr.
Because
Secretary.
that's what you're asking for in the amendment, if I'm correct, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Secretary.
Well, Mr. Chairman, just to be clear, the second half of the amendment, the page 16 portions of the amendment, which is the 4th and 5th change. I'm for keeping it with the status quo. I'm for compromise. I'm a huge compromise guy in terms of getting balance. And to me, this bill puts the candidate recounts with the state. And so I think the automatic recounts, reversing that to the state picking that up, that's way too far the other direction. It's already in place currently. And I think that we need to get that balance right. And I think it went too far the other direction. That's just my opinion.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Yan.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
I'm thinking we all need a deep breath.
It's a quick follow-up, but
Yeah,
I will
please
take a
do.
deep breath.
Please
Thank
do.
you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, so I'm curious on if it's so much, if we shouldn't be putting this on the state and we should be putting it on the county, what is how much do you think it's going to cost for each of these hand counts that we couldn't just bear the cost on the state level, that we have to pass it to the counties?
Mr. Secretary.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it's like anything. Costs are highly speculative, just like in the appropriations process or when you put an appropriation on a bill. And so we put a $200,000 appropriation in this bill, or the drafter originally did. But we're not 100% sure what this is going to look like. They've run some models, the county clerks. There's a lot of disagreement on whether those models are with what it's actually going to cost. We tried to get it right as best we could, just like the legislature does when they appropriate for a new system for an agency or an agency cost or anything.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. So, I mean, let's say it is my race. It gets in a 1% for, I don't know, a primary or a general, doesn't matter. And we have to hand count all the votes. Do you have like a number? Because we're talking about the amendment is talking about a cost burden. And so I really do want to understand how much the cost burden that we're shifting around is. And if you don't have an estimate, I mean, I'm going to lean towards the state taking that burden if we don't know, because I'm not going to pass an uncertain burden to the county.
Mr. Secretary.
Well, Mr. Chairman, the current status quo is that is put on the counties. So you're shifting it to the state.
Mr. Chairman.
Wondering if we might move on. I think we ought to realize that we are shifting to the state, but it's going to be, there's the hand counting aspect.
It's not a status quo burden.
Yeah, so there are kind of two things going on. But we could, if it's okay, we should just move on and keep going. We'll think about this. We'll come back. Yeah, keep going. Anything else on this bill? Then let's go to 47. Oh, I'm sorry, 45.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I stand in support of House Bill 45. This is a really important bill. We've kind of internally called it the Poll Watchers Bill of Rights. As I'm sure you know, there was a consent decree on the Republican Party that was in place for decades that was recently released that restricted. It was a federal judge in New Jersey that had this in place. I believe it was New Jersey, and poll watchers basically weren't allowed. And so luckily that consent decree went away. And so now the Republican Party can again have poll watching. And this was 2 cycles ago. Well, since then.
And did that only apply to specific places?
It was a nationwide.
Okay.
It was a nationwide consent decree.
Okay.
It was very weird, very odd. Mr. Chairman, but since then, since that we got an end to that consent decree, we've shown this need for us to beef up our statutory provisions around poll watching. Poll watchers play a crucial role in ensuring election integrity by monitoring the voting process for fairness, transparency, and compliance with election laws. They help detect and report irregularities, prevent misconduct, and provide documentation in case of disputes. Their presence increases public trust in elections. This bill increases the rights of poll watchers in various aspects, and I'd like to highlight the most important provisions here. Currently, poll watchers are only allowed to observe the voting process while polls are open. Some counties do not allow poll watchers to view the absentee process. It is widely variant. The statute is largely silent on that. And then once the polls close or before the polls open, poll watchers are not allowed to view the process. This bill clarifies that poll watchers are allowed to observe all aspects of an election, including the opening of polling places, the closing of polling places, and tabulation of ballots. The bill also clarifies that poll watchers have the right to observe the early in-person voting process. This is an area when we do state comparisons where Wyoming is extremely weak. You know, there are a lot of state comparisons out there, and Wyoming goes down a number of rungs because we don't have these protections in place for poll watchers. And it just does not make sense to not have this in the code. It clarifies the time period for providing poll watchers and also clarifies the process in place for putting in place poll watchers, the replacement process for poll watchers if someone doesn't come to the polls or somebody is not allowed to continue in that process per the earlier question from Senator Landon. There were some issues with Albany County in this last election cycle on the moment for submission of poll watchers, and I think it's really important that we clarify some of these deadlines and clarify the process. It also, as you probably remember, clarifies that there will be chairs there. There's been some counties where you don't have chairs for the poll watchers and they just have to stand all day. And we're talking about a 12-hour day. So we just want to be good neighbors in that request and make sure we've got chairs there. And then the badges. Some of these counties have required badges and the pickup process has been a little unclear and there's been disputes on this. So it just puts in place a process for the stinking badges and how you pick those up and the deadline for them. So I think this bill is really good. It clarifies a number of things and then also puts in place that poll watching can occur before polls close and after polls close. There is one amendment that I would like to suggest. Can I pull that out? Now, this is on page 5, line 19. I think Representative Yin got to the typo there on the 2 Mays. That's one thing that needs to be tightened up.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Senator Landon's got a lunch commitment he had to take. I bet you everybody here in this room wishes they were at lunch right now.
I know, so I wanted to do them one at a time.
No,
Mr. Chairman, I
let's
love the
fin-
one at a time.
Let's finish this out.
All right. So what this says is that after poll watcher, it clarifies that before or on the day of the election, a replacement poll watcher can be put into place. Now, on this draft amendment, it says page 5, line 19. It should actually read page 5, line 21. And we just want to clarify that if somebody does not show up or comes on the day of the election, that change out can occur before or on the day of the election. Just want to be very clear on this stuff because if we aren't in the code, there's a lot of disagreements that we've seen. And oftentimes we're asked to get in the middle of it, but the county attorney's interpretation, unfortunately, in my opinion, is won out on a lot of these disputes. So we want to be really clear on this. And when there is somebody that doesn't show up, we want to be clear that the state or county parties can switch somebody in on the day of the election. So that's what this amendment does on page 5, line 21. Overall, huge support of this bill. I think it's really important we get this done. It's a really important bill.
Okay. Any questions? Keep going.
All right. Now we're moving to independent candidates. This bill, I stand in strong support of. It does a number of things. First, it clarifies, and as a means of introduction, there have been a lot of issues with independent candidates, with their petitions, with the process that's in place, and we want to clarify this a little bit and bring uniformity with the way major parties submit themselves for nomination. So this bill does a number of things. First, the bill clarifies something we've received feedback and confusion on. And that is clarification that to run as an independent, you should be unaffiliated rather than be affiliated with a political party. So we've had a number of candidates that run unaffiliated that are actually members of either the Republican or Democrat Party, which is very odd. And so this changes in law, puts it into the oath that the individuals that are running as independent have to be independents, have to be unaffiliated at the time of their nomination. Second, the bill increases the threshold number of signatures required from 2% of the total number of votes cast for an office as specified in 22-5-304 to 5% for legislative district races and 3% for state and countywide races, which is well in line with many other states. Now, I would be okay on the state and county races if that 3% was lifted to 5% to put it in alignment with the legislative races. And that's the way it was originally drafted. But in-house appropriations, they lowered the state and county races to 3%. I personally think at the very least, the county races should be at 5%. I think they all should be at 5%. But that's a policy decision. Speaking to the legislative portion, in speaking with many around the state, voters are astounded that a candidate may appear on the general election ballot with as little as 60, 70, 80 signatures. I think there's some genuine concern that in recent years this has become a way to circumvent the primary process. While we do have a sore loser law, there are still concerns that someone else can simply watch a race unfold and then, depending on the outcome of the primary, jump in, which is not sound policy. That gets to the third change in this bill. The bill as amended moves the petition deadline up to that of filing a notice of intent in line with the filing deadline for partisan office, which is 81 days prior to the primary election, with an additional 2 weeks to turn in petitions. And when you think about this from 30,000 feet up, everybody should be on an even playing field. We should have balance in this process. And so to achieve balance, we just have the deadline to submit the nomination paperwork in line with partisan offices, which is 81 days before the primary. Now, the process that the House sort of came up with, it was a Representative Brown amendment on the House side. The amendment to have the 14 days after the nomination is submitted to complete the signature process. That amendment did not specify what this notice of the candidate's intention would look like. Therefore, we would suggest an amendment specifying that rather than giving notice of the candidate's intention to be nominated, which may cause confusion about what this notice looks like, the candidate obtain approval to circulate not less than 81 days before the primary election, and an additional 2 weeks to file the petition with the appropriate filing office, something that is already in Wyoming statute as a requirement for independent candidates. So do you want to go ahead and hand that amendment out? So this cleans up the amendment that occurred on the House side, which is in the engrossed version. It was actually an amendment that passed on the Senate side as we were sort of cleaning up this very interesting concept that came into the bill from the Representative Brown amendment. We're fine with that process, but we need to clean it up a little bit in saying that they have to ask for come to the state to begin the process at the latest 81 days before the primary, which is in line with major parties, and then they have 14 additional days to obtain signatures. That would be the latest. They could come to us before that as well. Our suggestion is to put this in effect immediately, because obviously we want to give notice to independents that this is in effect for the 26 race. So it should be in effect immediately, get it done right away. The other conceptual amendment, I mean, I put it on paper, but I think it's it's fine to just mention it as increasing the 3% to the 5% in line with the introduced version on county and state races, especially county races. I mean, I think county races are more analogous to legislative races, and we've seen some gamesmanship on county races. Now, state races, that's a larger threshold. These are talking about the entire state. That's probably the last one you'd want to change to the 5. I still think it's in line with other states and a good policy choice. But this is a really, really important bill to stop some of the gamesmanship and put everybody on an even playing field. And I stand in strong support of this bill.
Any questions? Representative Yan?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Secretary, so your argument is essentially that people shouldn't be able to create essentially competition when they know who's going to be the candidate for a major party. So, I mean, I guess why if I'm unhappy, I'm an unaffiliated citizen, unhappy with who the major candidates have both chosen, why should it be now harder for me to get in the race?
Mr. Secretary.
Well, Mr. Chairman, one of my pushback arguments on that is that it's really not about the candidates. It's about an individual running as an unaffiliated, independent candidate. That's what it's about. Does somebody want to run as an independent or no? And that's a straight up decision. But having this deal where they can look at the primary results and say, oh, I don't like the people that were nominated here. And so therefore, I'm going to submit my paperwork 3 months after the partisan candidates submit their paperwork to sort of set up this artificial second bite at the apple. It's just problematic. Everybody should be on an even playing field.
Are you sure about the 3 months? I got to think about the timeline.
July, August, 3 months.
When do petitions have to be filed now? Does anybody know?
Mr. Chairman, more or less, the deadline for partisan candidates is June 1st. It usually falls that last week of May, first week of June. So June, July, August. Right now, the deadline for independents is usually that third, fourth week of August. So that's 3 months after partisan candidates submit.
Okay, thank you.
More or less.
Anybody else? Keep going.
Mr. Chairman, if I could add one thing.
Yes, of
You
course.
had an additional question about candidates for governor. If
the
requirement,
residing-
and it is the requirement in the same across, I got the reference for major parties. I didn't have time to do it for minor parties, but it's the same across.
Yeah, so it's irregardless of how you get on the ballot.
Yeah, it's part of
Yeah.
the constitutional requirements to be, yeah.
Perfect, thank you. Thanks for that. Anybody else? All right, getting there. 2647.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand in strong support of 26 LSO 47 elections, voting machine and voting system tests. This is a bill that came out of the 2024 election experience, which is that we needed to increase clarity on testing in the election code and then also increase rigor. So really, we're doing two things here. We're increasing clarity on what the code requires, and we're also increasing rigor. From a high level, this clears up a few things that were unclear in the 2024 election cycle, including the following: providing adequate notice to the public of testing of voting equipment, providing that every machine should be tested that is to be used in an election rather than every type of machine, clearing up inconsistencies concerning timing of tests and the ability to retest, not just because of an error, but because of any non-compliance with law, clarity regarding the different number of votes to be assigned to candidates to ensure proper alignment and counting of machines, and providing for the retention of records.
Thank you, Josh.
Now, page 2, amending 22-10-108, the procedure for preparing machines for election as follows. At the top of page 2, it specifies the county clerk shall post adequate notice before any test or retest of a voting machine in their office and on their website. In the middle, it provides that members of the public may be present at the tests. On page 3, it clears up an ambiguity in statute to specify that voting machine tests shall begin not less than 2 weeks before an election, and that these are public. There are some clerks that feel that there's 1 day that is allowed in the code for testing, and this makes it clear that it's a range. At the bottom of page 3 and onto page 4, specifying that the certificate should be filed with the Secretary of State. On page 4, specifying that the test should be performed on all election machines to be used in an election. That is very important here because many counties have interpreted the test to only require each type of machine to be tested, one type of machine, rather than all the machines. And that has become problematic. The other issue that is clarified in this bill at the bottom of page 6 is there is some interpretation in some counties that the electronic ballot marking devices that every county has. Now, 22 of 23 counties, as you remember, the default method is paper ballots, but they have the ballot marking devices at every single precinct for individuals that are handicapped that require it. Also, some counties allow it if they opt in. Some counties use it for early voting. There's a feeling in some counties that the code does not require testing of the electronic ballot marking devices. That obviously is very problematic because votes are being cast. I mean, in one county, it's the principal mode of casting ballots. So at the bottom of page 6, we clarify the intent is to clarify that every single electronic ballot marking device also needs to be tested. And then in page 7, you get clarity on different numbers of votes for different candidates, including write-in candidates on the tests. And then that the results shall be retained by the county clerk, how those results are retained, and then clarifying that the seals can be broken if a test was done improperly. Now, 21 of 23 counties had issues with their tests. I sent a letter to them the week before the election asking them to retest. 19 of the 21 counties did, in my opinion, what is the right thing and retested. 2 did not, and they cited that their county attorneys felt that they could not break the seals once they were sealed, which I don't know why you would say you can't break a seal if the machine test hasn't been done properly, but that's what the interpretation was from 2 counties. So on page 7, 2/3 of the way down, it's the last thing there, we say that the seals can be broken if a retest is required. Now, I have an amendment that was just handed out. Did you hand those out? Let me read in these amendments. There are 3 different concepts in this amendment. And this is a work in progress. We're seeing, continued things that we want to address in the code, and one of the changes on that. So on Amendment 1, let's go to page 4, line 6 and page 4, line 7. We want to further clarify that each machine is individually tested. We feel that C as originally drafted does that, but I want to be very clear for our county attorneys out there that each machine is individually tested, and also put into subsection C that it applies to electronic ballot marking devices, including but not limited to electronic ballot marking devices, because I'm a little worried the way it's currently drafted that we might get the opposite where they'll say, well, it's just for electronic ballot marking devices because on page 6 is where the thrust is on electronic ballot marking devices. So we further clarify that on Amendment 1. Then on Amendment 2, on page 6, lines 20 through 21, as currently drafted, it appears to only apply to a county that has as its primary method of voting an electronic ballot marking device, the requirement to test. And of course, that's only one county, which is Laramie County. And if pen to paper ballots passes the session, which hopefully it does, that'll be 0 counties. We obviously want to have tests on electronic ballot marking devices if it is being used in any county. So that is something that we need to revise, and that is what Amendment 2 is attempting to do. And so as read in, it would say, if the county uses an electronic ballot marking device in any way, the test shall also be conducted using ballots or ballot cards on each machine that are marked by an electronic ballot marking device. So it clarifies that the ballot marking requirement isn't just if it's the primary method, it's for every county that uses electronic ballot marking devices, which is every single county. So that amendment is pretty important. Now, Amendment 3, which on the handout is on page 7, lines 10, and page 7, line 12. This is to clarify an issue that has become recently emergent on the bond election that is occurring in Uinta County tomorrow. They had a test. They did not go into electionware after the test. And so the results of the test, because it printed out a tape, was provided on this Excel spreadsheet that was prepared by the clerk off the tape. And that has been frustrating for many citizens. I also feel that it would be preferable to either have a copy of the tape or to have a copy of the results in electionware. But I guess they sealed the tape, so we can't get to the tape. And so we want to clarify with page 7, line 10, and page 7, line 12, that this is the results in their original form. So either if they want to do it off the tape, okay, they can do it off the tape. They just need to make a copy of the results. I think that's pretty clear with this amendment. Or if they go into electionware, it'll look like it does when it's posted on the web, or the way people are used to looking at it. So that's what we're doing in the third amendment. This is really actually something, and I know Representative Webb has interacted a little bit about what's going on in Uinta County. It's actually to address an emergent issue in the code and to clarify that it needs to be in their original form. This is another really important bill that we need to get done for the 26th cycle. We request that it be in effect immediately on the enacting clause, and I stand in strong support of this bill.
Okay. So we would change the effective date to, because right now it's July 1. Okay. Any questions for the Secretary? Representative Yin?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Secretary, so, we have 4 pages of amendments now for all these different bills. Have you shared these with the clerks?
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had a meeting last week where we talked about them conceptually, and I'll go ahead and give them the written version.
Yeah, maybe over the lunch hour, we could get hard copies available for the public. That'd be great. Okay. Any questions? Let's go to 48. It's the photo ID one.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a small, beautiful bill that I stand in support of, which is elections acceptable identification revisions. Voter ID is near and dear to my heart, was the lead on that bill when we got it done in the 2021 general session. On the floor, on the House and Senate sides respectively, a number of things came in on the list of acceptable ID when we passed voter ID. One of those was Medicare and Medicaid ID cards. The student ID was in an original draft of the bill. The problem with those IDs is that they do not have photos on them. And from a voter ID perspective, you're really hitting at the heart of voter ID when you don't have a photo on the ID. Over 95% of individuals use licenses for their voter ID, and we're actually tracking that now on our e-poll book counties that use an e-poll book. So what we want to do with this bill, and it combines two bills from the legislative session, is repeal the Medicare and Medicaid insurance cards as forms of acceptable proof of identification to vote under Wyoming's current voter ID law, as well as IDs issued by the University of Wyoming, a Wyoming community college, or a Wyoming public school. I mean, I still have my public school ID from when I was a kid. And,
Probably looks, does it look the same? Mine does. Almost exactly. The mustache is right there.
under this bill, it would be allowed for me to use that for voter ID. It just doesn't make sense. Second, it specifies that the remaining forms of identification for voter ID, which include a Wyoming driver's license, a tribal ID card, a Wyoming ID card, a valid U.S. passport, et cetera, must include a photograph of the person. And that's largely conforming language. And again, the intent of voter ID laws, which require proof of identity to vote, is really to prevent voter impersonation. So how on earth do you prevent voter impersonation if the form of identification does not include a photo? Arkansas, Georgia, Indiana, Kansas, Mississippi, North Carolina, Ohio, Tennessee, Wisconsin have strict photo ID, and we want to be in alignment with other states on that. Now, originally we had a sunset on the Medicare and Medicaid ID card on December 31 of 2029. We did not have that sunset on the student ID. We cleared the issue in its entirety with this bill for the 26 cycle. You know, the original plan was we get a sunset on there and we can pop some champagne at the end of 29 that we finally have true voter ID. But we've had really good compliance. I think it's time for us to just clear this issue. We always said at the time we would revisit this and look at how people are satisfying the requirement, and they're largely satisfying it off licenses. So we think to effectuate the requirement that we put in place a photo ID requirement.
Okay, questions?
One other request for an amendment.
Certainly, I'm sorry.
And this is more conceptual. Representative Locke actually had this in a bill from the 23 session, is that we clarify in here that expired IDs are not allowed. And there was language that from the 23 Locke bill, I think it was 156 or 165 or something like that, that they actually had both of those concepts in there, that there has to be a photo and that also that it can't be expired. And so you could just literally plop that language down into this bill. But I think we should also clear that concept as well, that expired IDs are not allowed. One other thing, being first, it's kind of a disadvantage because you have all the other groups that testify after me. I know we're going to get ARP coming up here and talking about a hardship exemption. And I just really appreciate their thoughts, but I just strongly disagree with them. Putting a hardship exemption into this bill weakens voter ID because it allows for a hardship exemption with respect to the entire statutory structure. So basically you're striking at the heart of the entire bill, not just with respect to the Medicare, Medicaid, and student IDs. You're basically saying if an individual can't meet the provisions of the code, that they can sign an attestation and cast a regular ballot. And that strikes at the heart of the whole voter ID statute. And I think overall then it would be a weakening of voter ID, not a strengthening. Right now, if they don't have the ID that is required, they can cast a provisional and then correct it within the time frame in statute. So I just am strongly opposed to a quote unquote hardship exemption or however else it's going to be classified.
Fair enough. Any questions for the
Mr. Chairman?
Secretary? Senator Dockstader.
Not on the point that he just made, but on line 13, page 2, how do you guarantee you've got an original photograph that you're working with?
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure I'm understanding the question. Could you please repeat?
Mr. Chairman.
Give it another shot.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary. The identification includes a photograph of the person. Is it my understanding that there have been photocopies of photographs used? What about inserting valid and original photograph in there? Would that work for you?
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Senator Dockstetter. Appreciate that. That's a third concept you could also insert into this bill. Many county clerks have allowed photos of IDs. They've allowed sort of IDs off phones, facsimiles, copies of them, as opposed to the original. And so in addition to requiring a photograph, requiring it not to be expired, meaning to be valid, you could also insert a concept that it be an actual copy of the ID, and I would be very supportive of that.
You mean the
I think you would
actual
need an
ID?
amendment to do that.
You said actual copy of the ID, but I don't think you meant to say that, right?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I meant the actual ID.
Yeah,
Mr.
gotcha.
Chairman, just follow up as an amendment, then thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody else? Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up to the good senator's question, how would you know it's a copy, a real copy, a true copy of the identification?
Well, I'm thinking of driver's licenses, and they've got a lot of protections in them to make sure that you can't, there used to be quite a business when I was in college to develop an ID that,
Mine too.
in fact, I had a couple of those. I wasn't trying to vote with them. I think they have security measures in them, and we can talk about that more, but they have a hologram, and they have different, so that if you were to photograph it and try to present, it wouldn't come out the same. We can talk more about
Yeah,
that. but-
I'm just curious. Thank you,
Yeah.
sir.
Representative Yen?
So, Mr. Chairman, again with the photo ID, when they vote by mail, I'm trying to remember, do they send in a copy of their photo ID? What does that look like? And how does this compare when voting on the ballot versus voting by mail?
So you mean like when they respond, we don't have vote by mail in Wyoming, but we do have absentee ballot.
Absentee voting is
Yeah.
what I meant, yes.
Mr. Secretary?
Well, Mr. Chairman, Representative Yin, you've queued up another ask of the committee, another possible bill draft motion that I'd be supportive of, which would be to have a voter ID requirement for absentee ballots. Representative Smith had a wonderful bill on the House side in the 25 session, and unfortunately didn't make it through the process. Actually, in April, maybe it was May, and Lander presented that as one of the requests of the Corporations Committee to redraft that bill. I think there were 30 requests there. Unfortunately, I think we got 12 or 13 of them. And so that's one of the ones that we need to get done as well. Certainly would invite a bill draft motion or interest in bringing as an individual bill. I think it's really important we get that done as well. Currently, there is no requirement in the code.
Yeah, and I just would caution, we're not going to have any more meetings, so in order to have public input and do this in a responsible manner, I don't really hope, unless there's a dire emergency, that we're not taking up any more bill drafts. So individual sponsor, maybe you'd like to help with that.
So, Mr. Chairman, I certainly have plenty of election bills that I would love to bring up, and so maybe I will bring them as individual bill drafts. But just to clarify for the public, right now, for absentee voting, you request an absentee vote and you just attest on the vote itself that you are the person that's eligible to vote.
I think that's correct. So let's keep going. Any other questions on this bill? So the last bill would be 49.
And again, strong support of 26 LSO 48. Strong support of all of them, actually. Anyway, now moving to 26 LSO 49, election transparency. Mr. Chairman, again, this bill, as originally drafted in the 25 legislative session, took three concepts that have already been heard by the legislature and by this committee. One was proof of citizenship for registering to vote. The other was hand counting for recounts, 26 LSO 44, and then the other was pen and paper ballots, 26 LSO 40, and put it into sort of an omnibus approach. One of them is already law, proof of citizenship for registering to vote. The other one was passed in the August meeting in Casper. The third concept is 26 LSO 44 that is before you today. So certainly, if you want to repass those concepts, that's fine. I'm supportive of these concepts, but I think they are in other bills. The one other thing this bill did that was different, on page 7 and page 8, is it lowers the number of dates for early absentee voting in person from 28 to 21 days. And I'd be supportive of that, but that's the one unique concept in this bill. The rest are sort of copy and pasting other bills that are either law now. That proof of citizenship was taken out because that passed the whole process.
Right.
But the current bill draft incorporates pen and paper ballots and 26 LSO 44. So if there's one unique thing you want to pull out, it's on page 7 and 8.
But 21 days. Okay, questions for Mr. Secretary? Sounds like we could proceed by paring this bill down to just that issue because it's being discussed in other ways. Any questions? Yes, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make sure I get all the enacting dates out. There was a specific request from the chairman that we're very clear on enacting dates. On 26 LSO 48 voter ID, my request is June 1st, 2026 my recommendation is June 1st, 2026.
Okay.
We want to make sure we don't have, if it's July 1st, Uwakava voting would start a few days after July 1st, and we just want to have a little more notice there. So I think June 1st would be good for 26 LSO 48 for voter ID.
Great. Okay, everybody, why don't we take a lunch break? It's 1 o'clock. An hour and a half would be 2:30. I'd do it shorter if you wanted to, but I think you probably need the hour and a half because you have to leave the building. So let's come back at 2:30 and we'll take public comment on the election bills. And Mr. Secretary, you're not done talking. You'll get your chance
Well, thank you.
to respond. I didn't mean to insinuate that this is your only chance.
Thank you. Thank you.
But I won't be chairing. I think the good chairman will be chairing, and he's going to run that meeting too. So 2:30, enjoy your lunch.